I call this meeting to order. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, the Highland Park Board of Education has given adequate notice of this meeting by having published the date, time, and place of this meeting in the Home News Tribune, and has posted notice of this meeting at Bartle School, 435 Mansfield Street, Highland Park, New Jersey. Linda, could we have the roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Here.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Here.
Ms. Bull?
Here.
Mr. Dietz?
Here.
Ms. Hughes?
Here.
Ms. Pointer-Titus?
Here.
Mr. Ross?
Here.
Ms. Scherber?
Here.
Mr. Sherman?
Here.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could I have a motion to approve the November 4th regular public meeting and executive session meetings, the minutes for the November 18th special public meeting and executive session, and the November 25th work session strategic planning meeting?
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? Could we have the roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Abstain from November 18th and yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Ms. Pointer-Titus?
Yes, abstaining November 25th.
Mr. Ross?
Abstain from November 4th, yes. November 18, yes. November 25.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Linda, have there been any communications?
There have been numerous communications via email. You all received one letter in an envelope, which was given to you prior to this meeting. I believe that's about it.
Okay, thank you. And now we're going to turn it over to the superintendent for the school recognitions.
Thank you. We actually have, before we get to the school recognitions, we actually have a number of recognitions for schools and for members of the community. The first that we'd like to recognize tonight is the Young Audience Arts for Learning. If you'd like to come on down to the podium to present to the Highland Park Ed Foundation.
Hi, my name's Ann Betterton, and I'm a Highland Park resident. But tonight I'm here for my day job. I'm the Development Director for Young Audiences New Jersey and Eastern Pennsylvania. Young Audiences is the largest arts education organization in the area. Just about every school day of the year, Young Audiences artists are working in schools, helping students and teachers to experience the work of professional artists, understand the arts and the creative process, create their own original artwork, and connect the arts and the creative process to their lives and classroom learning. Each year, Young Audiences serves nearly 400,000 children and teachers. Our work in Highland Park spans beyond my 14 years in the arts education field and includes programs you may have attended or heard about from your children. Irving School's Living Garden and the Hat Turning Ceremony were created in collaboration with Young Audiences artists. Bartle School's Bottle Tree Ceremony was led by Young Audiences artists, and just last year, every fourth grader participated in a 5-day graphic novel residency with author and illustrator Kevin Pyle. At the middle school last year, slam poet Gail Danley worked with the 7th graders. She performed spoken word poetry and led workshops in poetry writing. The school's yearly Diversity Day has featured Young Audiences artists as keynote speakers, including the upcoming keynote by percussionist Josh Robinson, who will accompany spoken word poet Denise Froman. This year, as Young Audiences celebrates our 40th anniversary, we take this time to recognize and acknowledge excellence, innovation, and creativity in the communities we serve. To that end, we have created the Young Audiences Arts Champion Awards. Every month between September and June, Young Audiences is presenting awards to our heroes in the arts. I am proud to announce that the Highland Park Education Foundation is our November recipient. The foundation has displayed a passion for arts education that fosters creativity in students. We want to thank the foundation and the teachers who applied to the foundation for grant funding, Dara Botvinnik and Jody McLean, among others. Funding from the foundation is supporting arts education programs that are inspiring our children and expanding their learning through the arts. We are proud to work in partnership with the foundation, and we are grateful for the dedication of its volunteers, its volunteer trustees, and for the Highland Park residents that donate in support of its mission. So on behalf of the Young Audiences Board of Trustees, staff, and artists, I present the Highland Park Education Foundation, represented by Michael Braylove, with the Young Audiences Arts Champion Award for their incredible work to incorporate the arts into the school district of Highland Park.
Thanks. Thank you all for coming to hear us receive this award. You can leave now. I'm not going to read it all, okay, even though it's fairly brief. This young lady said a lot of what we do other things than use Young Audiences for the programs. The teachers come up with wonderful creative ideas where they just need us to supply some money for, like the Pinwheels for Peace, or cooking that you've seen on the Avenue, and cooking classes in Irving School, and all sorts of other things which I won't mention. I want to thank a bunch of people, including especially my fellow trustees, our president, Josh Ameson. Wave a hand, Josh. The administrators we've worked with over the last 16 years, the teachers especially, above all, who've come up with wonderful projects that we've been able to support, and finally, the community, because it's you guys who supply us with gifts and donations, attend our spring fundraiser, and that's where the money comes from, and we distribute it. We're totally not-for-profit. We have no paid people on staff. We do it all ourselves, and I thank you. And if you want to make a donation, I forgot to bring the cards, but our P.O. Box is 1435, or get in touch with any of us anytime if you have ideas for the foundation or you want to contribute or whatever. Thanks so much.
Michael, can you actually stay up here?
And I wanted to thank these guys too, because they've been very supportive.
We actually have another letter for you that was provided. This came from Martha Falcone McLaughlin, the Pinwheels for Peace coordinator, and it says, "Dear HPEF, once again your generous support for the grant, more and more Pinwheels, that is, was met with great enthusiasm and pride in our school and community. We here at the middle school were able to line Main Street with over 60 beautiful, unique, and meaningful pinwheels. World peace is just a little closer to reality thanks to your support. I know that the community was especially pleased with the pinwheels because so many pinwheels were repaired with string and duct tape. Everyone took such great care of them as they gracefully weathered the wind and rain throughout the months of September and much of October. We are able to save the mechanical pieces of the pinwheels for use next year and beyond. Thank you for making International Peace Day celebrated September 21st an important part of our children's education." Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Lauren Frazier, the principal of Bartle, to share the next award.
Last Friday, we were very pleased to accept a bronze level award for USDA's Healthier U.S. School Challenge. It really focused on the nutrition in our lunch program, our teaching of nutrition to the children in our health and our gym classes, and it's just another element in what we hope to achieve for your children, which is that we prepare them for a healthy life, a valuable life, in the instruction we do in the classroom, in the instruction we do about understanding their emotions, monitoring their emotions, finding out a positive way to deal with conflict, and nutrition is just the last part, how to live a healthy life. So we were very pleased to get this award. It also came with a $500 gift, so that's really nice. And the topping on the cake here, whatever that expression is, the representative from the U.S. Department of Agriculture pointed out to me very specifically that this was signed personally by the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. It wasn't a stamp and it wasn't a secretary. He wanted me to know this was hand signed. So we're very grateful for that. Thank you.
For the next award, I'd like to call up Dr. Williams. We received notification that Highland Park School District has been named to the 4th annual AP Honor Roll. This is an award that is based on not only increasing the number of students that are earning a 3 or higher on the AP exams, but also increasing the total of percentage of students as far as access to courses. So it's not just putting more students into the courses, but also increasing the percentage of students passing. So the great job to everyone at the high school, the great job for all of our advanced placement teachers for that award. Thank you. The next presentation is for Trish Sanchez, who served on the board for 6 years, from 2006 to July 2012. She could not be with us today, but we want to award her a certificate of achievement for her service. And the last award tonight, as far as ones for the schools or for our board members, is to recognize Chandra Pointer-Titus for a certificate of achievement for being a member of the board for the last 3 years. Thank you for your service. We'll now move on to our school recognitions, beginning with Ms. Romano and Irving School.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I would like to present our Bucket Fuller Awards to the children of Irving School. In case you have not heard about a bucket filler, it's someone who does good deeds for other children. What I'd like to do tonight is I will call the name. Parent, please send your child down to the podium, and Mrs. Bartis will hand them their certificate. Maria Lavina, for always trying her best. Tiffany Fuller for being a good friend and being kind to others. Ruby Miller for always following directions. Julian Newton for being the first one to help a buddy. Faith Lopez, being kind, giving compliments, and following rules. DeMarcus Crawford for always raising his hand and following class rules. Andre Bragg for being class president and thanking and praising other children. Joshua Montero Reyes for following class rules and being a good friend. Noah Jurisic for following class rules and being a good friend. Michaela Ramreka for being a great friend, a helper, and a good listener. Cannon Campbell for being a great role model, being kind, helpful, and a hard worker. Rebecca Yu for putting her classmates before herself when they need help. Anna Jurisic for always helping her classmates. Oliver Rossner for being a hard worker and making us laugh. Cora Copperdale for following the rules and offering kind words. Mason Trin for working hard to write his name. Farrah Belton for always being a good listener. Violet Pilot for always participating and being a good listener. Jared Matos for being a great listener and helping the teacher. Theo Schiffman for focusing on instruction and making connections with his lessons. Hannah Shaheen for having excellent work habits and being caring and compassionate. Isaac Rivera Alvarado for helping a new student make friends. Ava Kohler for being respectful, following class rules and procedures. Andrea Dimitri for being kind and helpful. Elisa Dimitri for being kind and helpful. Aditya Lade for saying hello and smiling at his new friends. Tyler Johnson for using words to ask for what he needs and learning his teacher's name. Lakshana Guru Pandian for following directions and being kind and caring. Jalene Recto for being kind, taking turns and sharing. Michael Oliver Kohler, being a good role model for others. Cedar Boyd for always being eager to help. Harrison Clark for always being eager to help. Scarlett Gonzalez for being helpful. Jack Sweeney Benson for always following directions. Sophia Tappan for following the rules and being a good friend. And last but not least, Andrew Hume for following rules and being a good friend. Thank you, everyone, for being patient.
If parents of the Irving School students would like to take them home, please feel free to leave at any time. Not that we don't want them here, because that's pretty much the cutest thing in the world, but, but it's late. It may be time for bed, that's all.
The next recognition will be done by Miss Lauren Frazier and Bartle School.
Every year we have Bartle School students who become published poets and authors. And although it's, speak up? Okay. Every year we have published authors and poets at Bartle School. And although it is early in the year, we already have 5 such authors. These children are being printed in the Creative Communications publication. They were part of the fall essay contest, and I would like to call them up at this time. Miranda Dobkin. Samantha Perelius. Olga Petrushna. There's Olga. Katerina Smundirov. And Chris Lee. Thank you.
Next will be Mr. Lassiter and the recognitions for the middle school.
I also asked my assistant, or our assistant, Ms. Adams, to come up here and help me. First awards I'd like to give out have to do with something new that we did this year. We had a program that was called Bystander: A Portrait in Apathy, and it was an anti-bullying program really focused on trying to change the culture in the middle school. So I wanted to award a performance award to all the students who did this. And I also want everyone to know that at this point we have no confirmed incidents of harassment, intimidation, and bullying in our school, and I really owe it to this performance. So please come up, Lorenzo Bowers. Amira Dotz. Tara Ito. Talia Fishman. Adam LaBelle McLean. Lauren McNair. Alyssa Pilch. Angela Polos. Andy Ramrica. Olivia Richardson. Angel Rivera. Peter Tilton. Tara Vega. Mackenzie Volpert. Irene Westfall. Kaylee Wharton. Just another round of applause for those students who put on a performance in front of the entire school with only a week of practice. I also want to recognize some students who helped out with an event that last year actually had to be canceled, but this year, due to these 12 students volunteering, we had nearly 100 parents and students show up for our Owl Fest, which was to really give the parents some information about our school and to get the community to understand that the school is not just what happens during the day, it's also what happens in the evening, and we want the community to be involved. So, Eden Blank. Bella Gers, oh, there we go, Adon Blank, I'm sorry. Congratulations. Bella Gersman. Anna Gao. Sebastian Gonzalez. Alicia Johnson. Yuri Kim. Kevin Marks. Ashley Melendez. Chandler Perry. Chandler even put on the owl suit and sweated it out that night. Max Schiffman. Nasir Wilburn. Sungju Yu. Congratulations. And the last two certificates I have are for the highest honors award at the Johns Hopkins Center for Talented Youth. If you are aware, Johns Hopkins every year solicits students to take tests. In middle school, taking the SAT and tests like that is not very easy. These two students distinguished themselves. Wenyi Oyang. And this student actually was invited to a special ceremony in October for the highest honors award, Elizabeth John. Thank you very much.
Call now Dr. Williams to the microphone to present the high school awards.
Thank you, Mr. Capone. We have several students that we would like to recognize for outstanding achievement in different areas. And I would like to begin our program by asking Mr. Adam Gold and Ms. Lindsay Wilson to come to the podium to recognize students who did an excellent job this past weekend at the Model UN Conference.
Okay, so this past weekend, Hillsborough High School's Model UN team attended the Rutgers Model UN Conference in New Brunswick, which is a big, huge conference of 1,200 students from around the continent, schools from Mexico, from Canada, California, Nebraska, all over the place, and a number of schools right nearby like Franklin and East Brunswick. Because we bring such a large number of students, 65 of them, we qualified to be part of the best large school group, which was a little odd considering how small of a school we actually are, but it's a testament to the large number of students that are willing and are capable of participating in this great program. So not only did we do a wonderful job representing the community by solving problems in a really respectable way, by working well with others, and by getting a lot done at the conference, but we also were successful by winning first place as the best large school. So, we took home, Highland Park took home about 15 individual awards and then one as a team. So I just want to read off each of the individual awards and then invite the team to come down as well to accept an award. The first award is for Emmett Brennan, Best Delegate. So you can come down. The second award for Olivia Draper, Best Delegate. Micah Gartenberg won Best Delegate. Aaron Gartenberg won Outstanding Delegate. Michael Hoffman won Most Improved. Jisoo Jeong won Best Position Paper. Matteo Giuliani won Best Position Paper. Eli LaBelle McLean won Best Position Paper. Tabitha Lamore Mensa won Best Position Paper. Farhan Rosaidi won Best Delegate. Zoe Temple won Best Position Paper. Zach Tanawi won Most Improved. Gabe Trevor won Outstanding Delegate. Elena Weissman won Best Position Paper. Mary Ann won Best Position Paper. And then, as I said, wanted to just invite the whole Highland Park team, any members that are here, because they all contributed to this successful award, to accept a group award. So if any members of the Highland Park Model UN team could come down.
Thank you, Mr. Gold and Ms. Wilson. I would now like to ask Ms. Angie Harper and Ms. Tracy Wilson to come and present awards that were earned by our DECA department, DECA Club. Ms. Angie Harper and Ms. Tracy Wilson. Also, students, if when you receive your certificates, please forgive us if we inadvertently misspelled your name. Bring them to the main office tomorrow, and I promise that you will receive a new certificate with the correct spelling.
So this year, I only have a few because right now we have 14 different projects going, working in the town for community service. So in April, when we have another one, you'll see me back, and we'll have a lot more. So right now, 3 girls with our chapter of 50 DECA students decided to work with the Make-A-Wish Foundation program. So I want to call up the 3. Carly Aversa, Mary Ann. Stay here, stay here, stay here. And Tabitha Lamore Menace, please come up. So they really worked hard on this, and now they're going to present their 30-page manual to the state in February, and I'm sure we'll be back here showing them that they've won. But what they did this year, they really got it together, and they had like 250 kids out for the walk and raised $2,000 to buy a wish. And it's really exciting this year because thanks to the Highland Park Education Foundation, they have granted us the money to take a bus, and we're going to be honored at the Make-A-Wish Castle next Tuesday, and we will be delivering the $2,000 check there. Our whole chapter will be going. And then our next project was, we decided to adopt soldiers overseas for the holidays. So 3 of the girls with our 50 DECA members decided to go and find an organization that could give us names and the list of the items that was most needed. So we decided to have a scavenger hunt this year, and we set up all the bins in the main hallway. So this year, Sarah Chang, come on up. Zoe Hudgens, and Matea Hammond handled the whole thing. She's not here. So on Friday, we got everything wrapped up, seen what we had. We ended up having we had 14 care packages sent over and 500 holiday cards that we were able to send over to the military. So now they're going to be putting their paper together and presenting it at the state. So hopefully we come back here in April with another one. So very proud of the DECA chapter. We have 50 kids strong, so you'll be seeing and hearing a lot more of us. Thank you.
I would like to introduce Ms. Nicole Adams, the Assistant Principal for the middle and high school, who will distribute several awards.
Good evening, everyone. The first award that I'll present is for the National Merit Scholarship Competition, and this award is based on semifinalists throughout their high schools. In order to be considered a National Merit Scholar semifinalist, you must advance to finalist standing in a competition and meet the high academic standards throughout the competition for the state. So we would like to recognize tonight Lydia Wang. Our next set of awards will be for the AP Scholar with Distinction. And these extraordinary young people average score of at least a 3.5 on all AP exams taken, and scores of 3 or higher, or 5 or higher on all of the exams. So would these students please come forward? Oscar Lee. Zoe Temple. Lydia Wang. And Mary Ann, if you're here. Okay. Yay. The next award is for the All Blue Division Girls Varsity Tennis First Team for Girls Varsity Tennis. Would Nicolette Polos please come forward? The next set of awards go to our girls varsity soccer recognized winners. The first award is for the Coaches Award in girls soccer, and that goes to Samantha Laney. She here? The next award is for MVP in girls soccer, and that's Sarah Stuckey. Stay for a second, Sarah. Come back. Sarah is also being recognized tonight for being in the all gold division in girls soccer as well. So congratulations, Sarah. Also in the all-gold division for girls soccer is Kira Weinstein. And Angela Mishke. She here? That's it for me.
I have the pleasure of distributing the last set of awards. The first group is for cross country. Girls Cross Country Award is presented to Rebecca Chant. Girls Cross Country Award, Grace Chong. And Boys Cross Country, Joe Ambrosio. Boys Soccer has several awards to distribute tonight. The first Boys Soccer Award, All Blue Division, Harry Landis. Harry will also receive the first team all-around by the Home News Tribune Award for boys varsity soccer. The entire boys soccer team received an award for Blue Division sportsmanship. So would the following students please come forward? John Busby. Tomas Sanchez. Kyle Terringer. Luca Giovanetti. John Bay. Harry Landis. Andrew DiUrante. Chris Zambrano. Eli Labelle McLean. Chris Zhao. Sebastian Patino. Ananya Singh, Jesse McDermott Hughes, Forhan Rosati, Lucas Marin, Matt Ambrosio, Matteo Giuliani, Christian Martinez, and Cesar Avila. Mr. Roy is here someplace. Where's Mr. Roy? Thank you, gentlemen. Next set of awards is the AP Scholar with Honor. Students who receive this award received an average score of 3.25 on all AP exams taken and scores of 3 or higher or 4 on 4 or more exams. Would the following students please come forward? Thomas Garrity. Jingyuan Mao. Michiyu Tanaka. Elena Weissman. Nina Zhu and Daniel Zhu. The next set of awards are AP Scholars. These students received an average grade of 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. Emmett Brennan. Yeon Chong. Luca Giovanetti, Benjamin Goldstein, Eli LaBelle McLean, Lucas Marin, Peter Murphy, Miranda Sapphire, and Jiming Tu. The next set of awards is the National Merit Commended Students, recognized for exceptional academic promise demonstrated by their outstanding performance on the PSAT. The following students please come forward. Benjamin Goldstein. Julia Kaplan. Lucas Marin. Amit Maretsky. Michio Tanaka. Zoe Temple. Elena Weissman. Mary Yan. And Daniel Zhu. Last but certainly not least, our Vocal Music Awards. Several awards were presented. The first two are to Lucas Marin for the 2013 All-State Mixed Choir and the 2013 National Choir. Is Lucas here? Lucas Marin. And the next two awards are presented to two of our females in the choir for making the 2013 All-States Women's Ensemble, Jamie Ashtonow and Olivia Wolanski. Thank you.
The last acknowledgement that we have tonight, we'd like to call up Ms. Romano, principal of Irving School.
I am speechless. I thank you very much. Most of you know that I've been around for a few years. When I signed on 8 years ago, I said I would only do 1 or 2 years here. And I've given 8 years to your children's lives and loved every minute of it. Thank you very much for letting me do that.
Linda, if you would call up for the audit.
Yes, we'd like to introduce Mr. William Colantano, who will give his presentation and discussion of the annual independent audit of the district for the school year 2012-2013.
This is probably the hardest act to follow as far as awards, and I was saying that's probably one of the toughest acts to follow. This part of the presentation is going to be extremely boring, trust me. I met earlier this evening with the Finance Committee, Superintendent of the Schools, pre-reviewing the audit report to the presentation I'm making tonight. Every year the school is required to have an annual audit. It's a state requirement. Probably the most important page in the audit is the recommendation page. I'm not used to doing this.
Put it close to your mouth. Close to the mic.
Close? I'm sorry. I was about to say the most important page in the audit.
Oh my God.
The most important page in the audit is whether there are any recommendations or not. In this particular case, my staff looked and found no recommendations for the Highland Park School District. The audit report is over 100 pages, and there's a lot of information in it. In order to keep this meeting brief, I'm hoping you want. I identify certain things that I think the Board of Education members should be aware of. There should be a handout in front of each one of you that I had given Linda before to hand out. The items that I find important for the board members to be aware of are included in the handouts. The first page of the handout that the board has is basically the statement of revenue and expenditures for the year ending June 30th, 2013. What I did identify to them is that the tax levy is at the amount the state allows, a 2% increase over the preceding year. Some items that were abnormal as far as showing a difference from this year to the preceding year were identified. And one of the items I found quite interesting as far as grant fund revenues, and one of the items in tonight's presentation was to the foundation, and the item that I identified to the board as far as a substantial increase over the preceding year was a capital contribution the foundation made to the school district. One item to the negative as far as federal aid was concerned was a one-shot revenue that the federal government had given in the year ending June 30th, 2012 for the Jobs Fund. As far as expenditures were concerned, there is basically a mixed bag of good and negative items within the expenditure areas. The items that increased were primarily in the areas of salaries. We had slight increases in special education costs. Administrative services were a small increase of 1.6%. Employee benefits were up substantially. And capital outlay, which was intentional, there was a large increase of almost $900,000 over $700,000 over the preceding year. Basically, for the year ended June 30th, 2013, the school district spent about $570,000 more than it received, which is not really a negative because they had spent money that they had reserved from prior years, surplus and available capital reserves. One positive comment pertaining to the refinancing of debt that the school district experienced last year. With the refinancing, they are expected to save for the taxpayers approximately $712,000 over the length of the bond, which would be to the year 2030. I mentioned the status of surplus. Every year I make my presentation, I tell the board members how much money they have, then I take away the money, telling them what they can't spend, because what they've basically done is put money aside for future expenditures, whether it be capital or otherwise. At the end of the year, we had $3,066,000 in surplus. That's $600,000 less than we had the preceding year. Capital reserves are down to $986,000, and that can only be used for capital purposes of the district. Our emergency reserves is specifically what it says it's for emergency purposes for a thorough and efficient education. The one item that we discussed at length with the Finance Committee and the Superintendent was the status for the board members who have the sheets in front of them. In the right-hand column, I'm showing two items. Excess surplus, which was the excess surplus last year, June 30th, 2012, of $275,000. That was given back to the taxpayers in the school year 2013-14. Also given back was an additional $680,000 in the 2013-14 school year. The reason we discussed these items so much was the $275,000, as I indicated, was an excess surplus. We did not end the year ending June 30th, 2013 with an excess surplus of the $275,000 we ended last year. What that basically means, we will not have that as a revenue source for the 2014-15 budget, the budget that will soon be worked on. The additional surplus that was given back as far as tax relief, the $680,000, will probably not be close to that number this time next year. So I guess there's a word of warning that we have potential problems in the future as far as budgets are concerned. In order to generate the same budget that you have right now would require the exchange of that surplus money that was being used with taxpayer dollars, basically. That would amount to about $955,000, which is a large amount of money. A tax point in Highland Park is $54,000, so that's almost 20 cents on the tax rate that would be increased. 1 cent equates to $10 on a $100,000 home. 20 cents on a $100,000 home is $200. So we've been running well for the last 5, 6, 7 years. That cycle is starting to turn in the opposite direction, where it's going to become very, very difficult for the board to continue operating. Another exhibit I gave was a 10-year revenue and expenditure comparison, which will kind of highlight where we are today. Taxes for the last 10 years have risen about 41%. As I indicated to the Finance Committee, that number, even though it sounds like a high number, is not as high as it sounds compared to other districts that I represent. One of the reasons taxation has raised 40% over that 10-year period of time, state aid that's given to Highland Park is up 10% over that 10-year period of time. So we've gotten a 1% average per year from the state of New Jersey, and we're paying 4 times that much in taxation. Basically, one of the reasons why taxation is going up because the state aid has not kept up with our needs. As far as needs to the district, certain items were highlighted in that 10-year comparison. Special needs cost to the district has risen approximately $1,300,000 over that 10-year period of time. Taxes are up $6,156,000 in 10 years. Special educational cost and transportation has risen $1.3 million. Roughly one quarter, about 20% of the total increase has been in that one particular area. Another area of increase is the amount of money that we're paying to charter schools. Back in 2004, we paid $49,000 in charter school tuition. This year, we paid $278,000. The problems that you were faced with those kind of increases in those two particular areas, you're taking away from the operating costs to the rest of the educational program. But the two biggest reasons for the raise in taxes are the state of New Jersey not keeping up and our special educational costs. As I indicated, there's no recommendations in the audit. That's pretty much the summary. It's not a positive one. I apologize for that, but it's something you're faced with.
It's sobering. I have a few questions. In terms of the charter school increase, can you talk about how much of a percentage of our allowable tax increase that represents?
You're going to have to go back to the first page of my handout, which is the B2 exhibit, which I've modified. The increase in cost to Highland Park last year for charter school tuition was $106,000 over the preceding year. Our taxes are up $417,000 over the preceding year. So roughly one quarter of our tax increase is because of the expenditures to charter schools.
And it's only expected to go up, the number of charter school students right now?
Probably.
The other question I have is in terms of the surplus. Can you talk to the board about the options we have to make up for that shortfall that we're expecting?
If you wish to continue with the present mode of operation, in order for you to generate what you put into the budget as use of surplus to offset the tax rates, that amount of money, again, was about $955,000 last year. I know now that we will not have the $275,000 in excess surplus. So that's a given. The $680,000 was roughly a combination of excess state aid we had received in the 2 prior years that we had given back this year in taxpayer relief. And I think there was a medical plan adjustment also. So those numbers combined were given back to the taxpayers in a form of relief. The question is whether or not we can generate again that $680,000. I indicated to the Finance Committee, a school district usually cannot generate surplus unless they have unexpended budget appropriations. But the tighter the budget you have, the less opportunity to create surpluses. So I guess the biggest question is, can we generate $680,000 again? I don't think so, personally. Half of that would be nice, but I know it's not going to be $680,000 again. So again, going back to the comment about the assessed values within the community, $54,000 represents 1 cent. In order for you to maintain what you're doing now, you'd have to increase the real estate taxes.
Above our legal limit?
Yes. And the only way you could do that is 2 ways. You have exceptions to the law, which I believe you said you have about $1 million available to you. Or you can go to referendum, which would be next November. But in order to continue similar to what the present budget is, the 13-14 budget. It's approximately $950,000, $975,000 that you would have to generate in tax revenues, budget reductions, or whatever. But in order to maintain the present budget, it would cost you about $955,000 extra.
Thank you.
I have a question. I don't mean to sound dense, but I'm stepping back here. I don't really understand what you're talking about with the excess surplus and the unreserved surplus.
Okay, go to the second page of the pages I handed out. Okay,
That's
the
where I am.
right-hand column under year-end June 30th, 2013. You see the item that says subsequent budget?
Where there's no line, where it's empty. Fourth line, where it's empty.
Okay.
Okay. The $275,000 that we're showing there is part of the 2013-14 budget as an anticipated revenue. The number below it, the $680,000, is also an offset to the taxpayer requirements. The 275, if you look up to the column to the left, was the excess surplus from the preceding year. This year, there is no excess surplus, so there will be nothing to roll forward.
Okay.
The 680 was additional money the board put into the budget that will probably not exist in the preparation of this year's budget. So there's going to be a shortfall of definitely $276,000, and a good part of that 680.
So, I just trying to get my head wrapped around this. You're saying that there was $275,000, just picking that one item, $275,000 that was in surplus that, and Linda, maybe you can jump in on this one too, that got moved into operating?
Well, we used it to pay down.
What was that used for?
To pay down the budget.
It was an offset to the taxpayer requirements.
We used that money.
It's a source of revenue, basically.
It was a source of revenue.
Yeah, your budget has to be balanced, but revenues have to equal the expenditures. The revenues are state aid, taxation, and available surplus. The available surplus is the numbers that I'm talking about now.
So that
are
moved
going
into,
down.
so last year's $275,000 in surplus moved into this year's revenue.
The 13-14 budget. So the
Right,
budget
the
you're
revenue
working on
side
right
of this
now.
year's
Yeah,
budget.
right.
Exactly.
And we're not expecting to see, and the same thing is true for that $680,000.
All right, we definitely don't have the
it.
275.
Yeah, we don't have it. That was from healthcare savings and other.
Okay, all right, I think I understand.
So the biggest fear that I have is the lack of the additional revenues to offset your requirements.
Okay.
Some of it was federal money.
Just trying to understand, I mean, I think what you're saying is that there was money from last year in the surplus that went into our revenues for this year.
Right.
And right now, it doesn't look like we're going to end the year with anything in our surplus to help inflate our revenue for the coming
Pretty
year.
much, yeah.
Okay.
You're looking at last year. So if you follow line item excess surplus across to the year ending in 2012, you see that 275,830. If you follow it down to the next line for year end 13, that becomes part of the budget. If you look right above there, there's a
nothing
blank.
for next year's budget.
Correct. There was
Okay.
no excess surplus.
No, that's what I'm, okay.
So that's a decrease of $275,000 for budgeting purposes for next year.
Now, one of the reasons why you didn't have an excess of $275,000 this year is when you prepared your budget a year ago, basically, utilizing the $680,000. If you used $340,000, then we would have had an excess surplus. But we basically used the excess surplus a year in advance
to pay down that
in order to
budget.
offset taxpayer requirements.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Do any board members have any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Colantano.
I told you it
Thank you.
wouldn't be pleasant.
Thank you.
Want to do questions? Oh, yeah.
Or is it the district board?
Next, Mr. Soto will present the update on the district emergency and crisis management plan.
Good evening, everyone. So the district has a very comprehensive school safety plan to ensure that all of our schools remain safe. Focused on. So part one is basically information, reading the names, contact information for both the district and school level safety teams. Also building information, student and staff population information by school, and the scheduling outlines for each individual school. Section 2 comprises contact information for emergency responders, the training schedules, and sign-in sheets. Section 3. This section addresses building access information and controls, such as delivery procedures, internet safety, peer mediation programs, building and ground issues, such as pest management, construction, and HVAC controls. Section 3 also includes building signage, EV/VRS reporting, anti-bullying information and forms. Section 4, directives from the Highland Park Police Department, security drill information, utility shut-off information, and law enforcement access information. Section 4 also includes procedures and protocols for the following: pandemic flu, gas leaks, explosions, weather conditions, death of student or staff, hostage or intruders. Section 4, procedures and protocols for the media, for staff and parents and guardians, fights, sexual assaults, death threats, drugs, weapons, and hostage. Section 4 also includes emergency response guides for classrooms, school administrative toolkits, first aid and emergency supply locations, and memorandum of agreement. Section 6, student staff post-traumatic and emotional impact monitoring and services and debriefing protocols. HIB personnel, annual review of documents in this plan, meeting attendance sheets for meetings with local officials, and scheduling of drills. Thank you.
Next informational item is just simply the enrollment. As of today, the enrollment sits at 1610. This was actually a piece of information that we discussed at the strategic planning meeting, specifically looking at our overall capacity within the district, and with the growing enrollment of 60-plus students over the last few years and continued development within the district of what those potential numbers will be in the future.
What was the number again?
1610.
1610.
You doing the student update?
Any questions?
Oh, okay.
The student update?
Okay. So this Wednesday, there will be a breakfast to honor the 214 high school students who made either the honor or high honor roll. Also, tomorrow, all DECA members will be taking a regional test, which will determine their advancement in the DECA regional or national competition. Tomorrow, the winter band concert will be taking place in the high school auditorium at 7 p.m. And on the 18th of December, the high school choir concert will be taking place. And from last time when I talked about the service day, I just want to inform you all that it was actually very successful, and just briefly, there were 12 blankets made by, in association with Project Linus. 400 placemats were made as a part of Meals on Wheels, and about 500 cards were made for soldiers abroad and for homeless teens in the New Jersey Covenant House. So overall, it was a very successful day, and I hope we can continue it in the future.
Before the superintendent continues with his report, I just want to say a few words. It's come to the attention of the Highland Park Board of Education that documents concerning the superintendent's employment history have been distributed to members of the Highland Park community. Our board attorney, Ms. Sherry Adams, who is here tonight, has reviewed those documents and spoken to Mr. Capone and has found no evidence of misrepresentation on the part of Mr. Capone or lack of due diligence on the part of the Board of Education in the hiring process. Would you say that's accurate? This large turnout for a third straight public meeting is telling. We know that this town deeply cares about its schools. We care about the children that we educate, and generally we feel proud about what we deliver. And suddenly this has been shaken with recent changes that have come in rapid succession and that came about without enough context and information provided. We are well aware of the fact that our failure to communicate the reasons for our actions has led to anxiety and anger among community members. For the ways that our failure to communicate has led to misunderstandings and has led to doubts about our new superintendent and has led you to assume that we are incapable of doing a good job to serve you, we are truly sorry. We want to give more clarity to the situation we find ourselves in as, or that we found ourselves in as the previous administration was exiting, and what we did to address the situation. Last spring, when the budget was set, the board was aware that the 2% cap was going to start to really be felt in this year. And we were aware of potential specific expenses that were going to increase this year. And as you have heard from Mr. Colantano, we obviously do have a real problem. We have financial challenges that are coming. With these issues as backdrop, we started the superintendent search. We worked closely with New Jersey School Boards Association to help us identify and vet potential candidates. In all, we considered 40 candidates. We shared with our candidates the concerns we had. As a board, we felt that Mr. Capone had the best chance of implementing the kinds of changes that we were longing for. Changes that emphasized prioritizing teachers, getting resources into the classrooms, and individualizing education. We felt he had a grasp of coming state and federal requirements, but also familiarity with school systems, including curriculum, personnel, budgeting. We asked him to identify inefficiencies in areas where we were deficient as he began his review of our schools. Mr. Capone started as superintendent ready to respond to the kind of situations that we articulated as being of top concern. He immediately went to work to take stock and implement changes that were in line with our stated values and priorities. The changes you are seeing this year have to do with Mr. Capone faithfully carrying out in his own way an agenda that was set by the board. He made recommendations to the board, and the board voted to support the recommendations. Our mistake in all of this is that we did a better job of communicating to Mr. Capone the priorities that we had than we did at communicating those priorities to you. And for that, we are sorry. About the RIFs, we did not enjoy eliminating jobs. That is not something that anyone wants to do. However, we support the priorities that were enhanced by the savings that the RIFs provide. We are deeply concerned about the achievement gap that exists in our schools. We are deeply concerned about the focus designation. We are concerned about textbooks, technology, and teacher supports. The timing and lack of communication around the RIFs was regrettable, but we have made that decision and we stand by it. We believe it was for the good of the children of our district, which is the first priority for those of us who have been elected to serve. We want to assure you that we are not going to suddenly become a school board who makes a habit of making broad brush changes. We have not behaved that way historically, and we do not intend to proceed in that way. We are walking with Mr. Capone as he comes into our district and helps us set a course for our future, and we are asking for your support. The board is excited to have Tim lead the district in the interview process, and since he was hired, we have heard his commitment to the idea that every child is due an education designed to that child's abilities. We have heard that it is the obligation of the administration and the teachers to ensure that every child works to his or her potential. We have heard that our teachers need more support, which means more classroom resources to help them work with children and professional development to help them grow professionally. Tim initiated the strategic plan process, which this district has not engaged in before. This process takes input from staff and the community and distills it to inform the budget process. It's the opportunity to look forward to where this district can be and then sets out a path to get there. We hope for your involvement in this process. We've worked closely with Tim, and what the board has not heard is any mention of education reform or any of the ed reform pieces. We are supportive of the superintendent and the ideals that guide his efforts here. Thank you.
Finish what you want, yeah.
So again, I guess the next step is really more communication, and so we really want to be able to address some of the things that have been discussed, a number of the questions that we've received, and try to maybe give some context to the decisions that have been made. I believe, and as I'm sure most of the educators in this room, is that education is the great equalizer, that it cuts across all boundaries. And I guess the simple question always is, are we doing everything we can to serve the needs of students? Because that is our first priority. We know that the teacher has the greatest impact on students, and so that series of questions that comes with this. Are we supporting our teachers? Do they have what they need in order to meet the needs of every child? And so when we're looking at the things that we need to do and meeting the needs of every child, it comes down to being able to individualize instruction and be able to differentiate for those needs. And so that is really the priority that I think we hold most dear, which is that teachers have the flexibility and the opportunity to identify what those student needs are and to be able to address them within the class. Every action that we've taken, we've made sure that we have talked with staff. We've sought their input to make sure that it's addressing their needs. And I have a series of things that we've discussed as far as being able to address and talk about here tonight, again, to try and give some context to the decisions that are being made. The first is something, and this is laid out very much as you would as far as, I guess, lesson planning and trying to address what the critical aspects are. So I started with the first topic was common planning time. This was a concept that we took and we talked with teachers about to see if that was beneficial, to see if that was something that was going to enhance their practice, allow them to collaborate with the other teachers within their grade levels, and try to establish those working relationships and try and be able to allow them to have that cohesiveness within their grade levels, to be able to support each other, to be able to have professional conversations and do that on a daily basis. The next piece of planning, I guess, comes with the Common Core standards, and there were another number of questions in the community as far as the Common Core standards. This is a set of standards that aren't truly that different from the New Jersey set of standards. We had a set of standards that teachers were teaching to, that they were supposed to be able to get students to master. The Common Core standards, for all intents and purposes, is the same. This is the bar by which it is that we're measuring students. The thing that I always want to emphasize, though, is this is a minimum. This is not a maximum. And so when people talk about standard-based instruction and we're talking about just trying to get right over the hurdle, just high enough to get over that hurdle. And that's not my belief as far as how you use standards. But my belief is that our teachers will identify the needs of children and be able to take them as far as they possibly can within a school year, to really utilize their time well, to be able to address, and make sure that every student maximizes their potential, that they're able to, identify what their needs are and be able to teach to those needs. And so, from an implementation standpoint of the Common Core, this is a state requirement, and it's something that we're making progress to. And it's something that, from an implementation standpoint, we do have really, and as soon as possible. And that's not from a pressure standpoint, that's not addressing it as far as, mandates on teachers, but the simple reality is that this is what it is, this is the accountability system in which they're going to be judged. And so part of our responsibility is making sure that our teachers have the information and have the ability to teach to that and to allow the students to perform to that level as a minimum, not as a maximum. The next conversation, again, is talking about the materials, getting materials that are aligned. And so, we have talked about textbooks. Most of the textbooks have now come in and have been sent out to the buildings. The intention here, again, is to make sure that our teachers have the resources in order to differentiate for their students, to be able to have the proper materials that are going to be able to align. There was a question that came up specifically about scripted programs, that one of the things that we were pushing was scripted programs. I can tell you that is 100% false. I do not believe in scripted programs. I believe that the skill of the teacher and their responsibility and what it is that they do to work magic every day in a classroom is to differentiate for students, and you cannot do that with scripted programs. So I am opposed to scripted programs. It's not something we're going to be using here. It's not the materials that we're reviewing right now, and we've passed out those materials to the staff for them to review because we want their input, because those are the people that use them every day. Not me, not any of the administrators. We need to have teachers that are comfortable with the materials that they have and be able to utilize them well. So having their buy-in and having materials that they think are going to work for their students on a daily basis, those are the right materials. So again, we're not going to have scripted programs. That's not something that's even on the table. We have talked a lot about formative assessments, and for some people, assessment is a dirty word. And I guess it's really about the usage. It's how it is, and specifically formative assessment is how do teachers measure where students are as far as learning. And that can be tests, and that can be quizzes, and that can be looking over their shoulder as they do an assignment. There's lots of ways that teachers assess their students to make sure that they're making progress, to make sure that they have the knowledge that the teachers are teaching. And that is the critical aspect. It's not summative assessments. It's the formative assessments. It's every day in that classroom and how it is that those teachers are measuring towards these goals. So, that's what the priority is. It's the relationship between the teachers and the students, and it's making sure that the teachers know that the students are making those progresses, that they're identifying how it is and what it is that students are learning, and can identify, again, where it is that they are and what that movement is. There has been conversation about the PARCC assessment. Again, the PARCC assessment is a requirement. It is something that, that's not the reason that teachers teach. It's not the reasons that students learn. It's simply a measurement. And that's not the priority of what it is that we do every day, because again, that is a minimum standard. That's what the PARCC assessment, that's what any of these assessments are. These are minimum standards, okay, not maximums. And we should be working towards maximizing that student potential, making sure that every student is engaged every day. And that is that's the critical difference, I think, between looking at standardized assessments and what their purpose and role is, and specifically for people that think that that's the reason that we're in school, is to teach to a test. That's not an expectation of mine, and it's certainly not our purpose. Our purpose is to make sure that students are reaching that maximum, not the minimums. The next set of concepts, I guess, come from the evaluation system and a lot of these state mandates. Every teacher is required to write student growth objectives. And what these are student goals that they set at the beginning of the year. They can be revisited in February and are going to be tracked and are part of the teacher evaluation come spring. They're set between the teacher and their principal. Okay, this is not a district function at all. That's where the requirement lies, is the teacher setting it as far as information they have on students, and it's in direct relationship with their principals. Our principles and our conversation has been that these SGOs should, number one, be attainable. That is the priority for this year, because this is a first-year initiative, and I certainly don't want any of my teachers to be penalized for a new system, something that again carries a weight of 15% within their evaluations. So that is something that, again, we want to make sure that in conjunction that these are attainable and that we're able to address them so that everyone gets that 15%. Everybody meets that standard come the spring. The next concept is student growth percentiles. And this one is the measurement from the state assessment. And so only teachers that have 20 students in there all year long are going to be held accountable for student growth percentiles. But this is really where all of these things start to come together. The assessments are going to assess the Common Core standards, and that's going to be done in our state assessments. The teacher's evaluation, once they have 20 students, and even if it's not this year, if it's next year, then it's an average of those student growths. So if our teachers don't get the growth this year for the students in their class because either we're not teaching the Common Core standards or we're not teaching up to that level, it can inhibit them next year. It can actually draw their scores down. So to be responsible to our teachers, to our students as far as this measure, we have to be pushing forward to make sure that they're in the best position possible. Because if not, then they could potentially be penalized when these student growth percentiles come into play. So it is important for this year, and it's important for the teachers to be aligned. It's important for the district to be aligned because these are state mandates and it will appear in their evaluation. So part of what we're trying to do is make sure that they're in the best position possible. The teacher evaluation as a whole. I was told that I gave a directive that teachers were to receive 1s and 2s, which is just false. There is no truth to that. In fact, I would hope that the teachers remember back, I said, give them all 4s, because the point that I was making is that this isn't about the score, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not what the issue and that's not what the concern is. The concern is are we improving practice? This is about growth as professionals. Are we reflective as professionals? Are you having good conversations with your administrators? Okay, are they valuable to you? Are you making progress as far as your own growth, and are we making growth as a system? Because again, these are new initiatives. And if there's one thing that I'm very cognizant of, it's the fact that holding people accountable in year 1, okay, can set them up for failure. And so that's where a lot of this sense of urgency comes from, is trying to make sure that our teachers are put in the best light. I never gave a directive for 1s and 2s. Okay, I did comment that it seemed most reasonable to me that if 4 is really an exemplar, okay, that was, that you would have some 4s, but that most scores, especially early on, fall within the 2-3 range. 3 is effective, 2 is partially effective, meaning that you're making progress towards effective. That if there's a recommendation, that could be seen as a 2. And I felt that was reasonable within that area. We are having conversations, or going to be reconvening DEAC for this conversation because we don't have it set up right now. There was no decision as far as whether or not this was going to be done by growth, whether or not this was going to be done by average, and that has to be a conversation. We need that input because that's what's going to determine what those evaluations are at the end. And in the group that I talked to at Professional Relations, I told them I prefer growth because it gives teachers the best opportunity. That if you can have your highest score and the expectation that you'd be the best at the end of the year as far as moving through these progress, that you would get the benefit of the doubt on that. So that is something that we need to revisit. We need to have that conversation to make sure that a decision is made and it looks out for what's in the best interest and not just that this is how it was left and that there was no decision made based on all of that information. The evaluations are not about compliance. This is about quality. Okay, what we want in every classroom every day is quality. We want to make sure that teachers have the opportunity to do their very best, that students have the opportunity to do their very best. And so that's what we're going to be looking for. That's what we care about, is that we're reflective as professionals and that we're looking for our ways, in every lesson, how could I have made this better? How could I have reached out to this individual student? How could have I done it just a little bit different and a little bit better that would have had a bigger impact on students? So far, from a professional development standpoint, we've talked about differentiated instruction. We've talked about individualizing student educations. how it is that you meet the needs of the students. You take them from where they are to where it is that they need to be, that is our priority. And that's led into some of these conversations about formative assessment. And that goes to the very heart of what is the purpose of testing. And the purpose of testing, to me, is to find out what do students know, and it's not simply for testing purposes. It's so teachers can make decisions off that information. What do students know? How do I know that they know it? What do we do if the students don't know the information? How do we address that? And what do we do if they do know the information? And we should be making those decisions on a daily basis with students, okay? Looking at where each one is and teaching to their skill level. You know, these are the things that are going to make our students successful, our teachers successful, and allow us to really, you know, build our craft. And I know that there's a lot of changes coming down and that there's a lot of mandates. But, you know, the point that I think that I'll continue to make is the fact that I think anything that you can do, you can always do better. That we can always make progress. We can always, you know, try something else to reach that one student that maybe we didn't get, you know, full buy-in from. That's really the purpose. Is the intent is to reach every student and make sure that they get to where they need to be. There have been comments about special education, that I'm anti-special education. We have been talking about how we increase supports, how it is that we provide a higher level of service, making sure that we have a wider spectrum to serve students. That's not to take away parent rights, that's to give more options, to make sure that we're providing the right level of service for students so they can be successful in the least restrictive environment, because that's what we're trying to accomplish. The least restrictive environment, the greatest amount of success. And so that doesn't mean that we're bringing all the students back from out of district. That's not in the best interest of those students. And we should be treating those students and taking into consideration their individual needs, okay, for every special education student, to make sure that the placement is right and that the level of service is right. And that's only done through the team and the conversation with the parent as far as what those needs are. And if they're not having the greatest amount of success, then you revisit it and you revise it and you take things off the table and you put things on the table. And you try and make sure that we're identifying exactly what is the best circumstance for those students. We have an achievement gap, but the focus is not on the achievement gap per se. The focus is on every one of those students that is not performing up to their capability. That's how you close an achievement gap, is what do we do for those individuals? Because they're not numbers, okay? They are individuals, and for every individual we can meet their needs, then we'll see greater progress with them. And that's how you close an achievement gap, is by meeting their individual needs. You know, we went into, you know, I guess there were some questions as far as focus schools and the regional achievement center regulations. And you know, there have been some comments about, well, if we don't follow the Common Core, or if we don't prepare for PARC, the big risk out there always is potentially withholding funding. Okay, that's always the threat. And for our district, that's more than $5 million. In addition to that, because we have a focus school, the regulations specifically read that the commissioner may take action he or she deems necessary and appropriate, which includes directing the restructuring of curriculum or programs, directing staff retraining or reassignments, conducting a comprehensive budget evaluation, redirecting expenditures, and enforcing spending at full adequacy budget. Now, what does that mean? It means that we're identified as a focus school based on having a gap between our highest performing subgroup and our two lowest performing subgroups that over a 3-year period exceeded 43.6%. Okay, so that's how we were labeled a focus school. In order to be removed from status, you need to fail to meet the definition of a focus school for 2 consecutive years. You need to successfully implement all interventions required through the Quality School Review as determined by the Regional Achievement Center. And you have to meet over a 3-year period annual measure of objectives for its lowest performing subgroups if the status was based on proficiency rates. And the penalties for not meeting that can be that we can have a quality turnaround provider, which means an outside organization can be sent in to essentially take control and make decisions for that school. In addition to that, there are other things that, again, can be done by the commissioner, which, again, it says that if the commissioner determines that a focus school's leadership is insufficient to successfully improve the school, the department may reassign its principal. Okay, that doesn't mean you get more funding. It doesn't mean that that principal comes out of your salaries. You still pay that principal, but they cannot be in that assignment. Priority or focus schools shall utilize a staffing model that meets the quality school review's established criteria. They can require the hiring or appointing of staff to fill roles associated with identified needs, included to but not limited to school literacy leader, school math leader, school data leader, and school climate and culture leader. They can require staff to participate in training and professional development activities. Require the school district to purchase resources associated with appropriate training or professional development. Conduct a comprehensive budget evaluation and redirect expenditures. That's altering the school's budget, the school district budget, the redirection of school spending, the redirecting of school spending in ways associated with the focus school, and like I said, appointing a quality turnaround provider. So those are some of the concerns out there as far as if we don't meet these measurements. Those are some of the possibilities. In addition to that, one of the things that we've been spending time on has been making sure that we're compliant with the QSAC evaluations, because our next QSAC is next year. And if we don't hit 80% on those, then again, there's another round of potential sanctions that you can be put on an improvement plan by the state. That 6 months later, if you don't meet those, that they can take additional action. And if it continues, then you could be required to hire a highly skilled professional, of which the state pays half and the district is required to pay half. So there are sanctions out there, and there are concerns as far as some of the things that we are trying to accomplish to make sure that we are compliant with state regulations, to make sure that we are meeting the needs of students, because essentially most of these sanctions are a loss of autonomy. And so that to me is a sense of urgency, to make sure that we are making the growth that we need to make, that we are putting our students and our staff in the best position possible to make sure that students are successful. I think that everybody here has the same interest at heart, and that's to make sure that every child has opportunities, that every child gets a great education from Highland Park, that when they graduate, that they have open doors. And with that as really our focus, it is essential that we're taking actions that support that make sure that we're putting the district, the teachers, and the students, most importantly, in the best position to be successful. And there's lots of research out there about what happens if you fall behind for 1 year, and what that can mean detrimentally for a student. And it is also something that the impact is greatest on the students with the greatest need. And so I've always taken the approach, and I always will, that this is about, you want every child to have the opportunities that your child would have, every child to be treated the way you would want your child to be treated. They deserve the best. And there are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of mandates, there are a lot of things that we're working to try and make better. And it does take a collaborative effort. It takes everybody involved to make sure that that happens.
board members have any good questions on this?
I have a bunch of questions, but I'm going to ask one and allow other board members to ask others. I have a question in regards to the park assessment. I think you and I have spoken many times about my view of testing, and that if it was up to me, I would never offer a test, and I don't think one test on one day determines anybody's education, even me going to graduate school, any student taking a test in the class. Is there going to be any expansion in test prep in the district?
Well, you know, I think in general, the goal, when you're talking about park as the goal or the summative as the goal, that's not the goal. The goal is to make sure that if we're looking at student growth along the way, and if students are making progress and learning, you know, whatever they can learn, whatever that maximum is, that they'll be successful on that assessment. Because again, those summative assessments are set to measure minimums. These are the minimum standards as far as those measurements. And you know, we have, from an overall testing perspective, we already cut some testing at the high school because they were double testing. They were taking both summative exams and they were taking benchmarks. And they were taking them within a week and essentially testing the same information. And so we eliminated that. At the elementary level, you know, one of the challenges that we have is that every year we've been using, let's say, a different reading test. And if we have one test that measures it over and we have that longitudinal study, then you can actually cut testing there as well. Because it's the information that's being provided to teachers that is what's critical. It's not these summative assessments.
And I think it's also important to note that the board was chosen to be a pilot program for Park, and you rejected it.
We were asked to participate in the pilot for Park, and yes, we chose not to participate because it's just part of a pilot, and we didn't feel that that was something that was going to benefit our students. You know, when the test comes, that's different, but because that's mandatory. But to opt in for additional testing, I didn't think it was worthwhile for the staff or for the students.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'll let other board members ask questions.
I have a question. Can you explain about Park and how it will replace NJ Ask and HESPA?
Can I just follow up just on that? Are we planning less testing or more testing? Just to clarify that as well.
You're off.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you're off.
Yeah,
you're off. No, you're on.
Just to follow up on Claire's question about Park, it rolls into it. My question is you know, now that we have Park, and are we going to have more testing, or are we replacing and getting rid of some of our other tests?
So the question was whether or not there's going to be more or less testing. And so, again, the state assessments are what the state assessments are. You know, there's going to be a replacement of NJ Ask and HESPA with Park. So that'll stay static. As far as the other testing, you know, again, our focus is going to be on formative assessments. It's not on summative assessments. It's not on, but it's to measure growth of students. It's not to measure what do they know in finality. And again, it's for teaching purposes. It's not for the measurement purposes to stack up students and measure them against each other. It's about that individualized instruction and making sure that we are using that information in order to provide for their needs.
So then we're not going to have Park and NJ Ask at the same time?
Correct. One replaces the other.
Can you talk about what it means to be a data-driven administrator? Because people, I think, they see that phrase and they think that's a bad thing. So, in your experience, how do you use that term?
Well, again, I mean, I think that data provides a piece of the puzzle. It gives you information, and just for example, again, if we're talking about these formative assessments, if you're talking about Lexile growth, and you're doing benchmarking and you're measuring, you know, where the student progression is, that's information that again is going to be utilized by teachers. It's going to be utilized in the classroom to try and say what's the growth rate, what are the areas of need, and be able to be diagnostic as far as those individual needs. That's data driven. You're collecting information for that purpose, to be able to guide the instruction. So when you're talking about, you know, there's lots of things that provide data, and it's not just summative assessments, and it's not just tying it to state assessments, but the more important data is, it should give you the picture. What am I doing in my classroom? How well have my students learned it? You know, I may have taught it, but did the students learn it? And that's what those measurements, that's what those formative measurements are supposed to be. And so by tracking that, that's what's going to allow teachers to be able to make good decisions about where it is that those students are. So that to me is the critical data. Data in general, even with summative assessments, that's more about trends. And you're looking at, is your trend up or is your trend down? Are you making more growth or less growth? And that's more for just benchmarking against what the average students are doing. And that tells you, the summative data tells you that about the system. We have school performance reports that the Department of Education have put up. And it gives you ratings as far as student growth and as far as academic achievement. And so those are indicators that in a one-time snapshot really don't tell you too much. But as far as progression over time, that's what's going to tell you, are you making more gains than other people? Are your students performing at a higher rate? And that's over a period of time. That's not within a single year.
Thanks.
I have a question in terms of evaluate.
In what?
In terms of evaluations. What's that?
What?
In terms of evaluations, as you said, you are trying to help teachers get 4s. What is the administration's, yours and Israel's, and the other assistant superintendent's role in planning on doing to help to provide the professional development to teachers to ensure that they can get 4s and achieve to the best of their abilities?
Well, that is part of the planning right now. I mean, that's what we've been working on, is making sure that teachers have the materials, that they have the standards, that they have the time to be able to work on these things. Because, all of these are pretty large initiatives that take time in order to be able to make those progressions. So we are, we'll be doing evaluations of staff as well and having those conversations and coaching as well with teachers. Helping with the curriculum as well to make sure that it's aligned. And again, right now it's trying to make sure that they have the things that they need. Being able to have those conversations, bringing in team leaders to review these materials so that the decision is being made from the teacher level and making sure that, for our standpoint, that we're looking at it being aligned throughout the system.
Are sample lesson plans in the works? Or not lesson plans, sample lessons to show teachers particularly what your expectations and the administration's expectations are?
Well, I mean, right now we're working on, I think, general practice. We have not required a lesson plan. Okay. We have not required anything as far as, the specifics of this. This is about, again, with any kind of change, we want them to be experimenting. I encourage them even at the beginning of the year, take chances. Take a risk in your class as far as being able to, try something that maybe you haven't tried before. Because we want that kind of, choice and that kind of, decision-making occurring, is because that's the only way they're going to find out whether or not this concept or this new strategy is going to work for them in their classes.
And finally, who is choosing the textbooks that we're planning on purchasing?
All of the textbooks that have been purchased were ones that were submitted from staff. From staff.
Okay, thank you.
Just to carry on to that, the teacher evaluation system, how did we come about that? Were the teachers involved in that decision, or?
So in the fall of 2012, a group went and looked at one of the pilots, and
a group of teachers?
Teachers, an administrator, and I think a district administrator, and chose to use Danielson and the TeachScape model. As far as how much follow-up there's been since then, it's one of the reasons that we're trying to get everyone back together to really make sure that there's clarity for those expectations.
So you're meeting as groups for the rollout?
Well, what we're doing is we're going to be pulling those people back together, and we're going to be bringing people, teacher leaders from each one of the buildings as well, so that there's lots of voices there to be able to provide input.
I want to say that I work in a district that uses the Danielson model, and they've been using it since I started there 5.5 years ago, and it was not rolled out well, and so people were so upset when they didn't get the highest score. And if you look at the rubrics, it's really, really hard to get the highest score. You should be shooting for a 3, so you're proficient. And I'm an evaluator of a lot of teachers, and it's very,
Excuse me.
so it's really important that it gets rolled out right. And so I appreciate that you're letting people know up front that it's hard to get a 4 and that 3 is really good. When I was a teacher, I know I was a 3. In some areas, maybe I was a 4. I was not a 4 all the time. You know, and I was a good teacher.
Well, and that's one of the reasons that we want to have this conversation, because again, you know, progression over time, I think it's, you know, and I've used the example to some of the teacher groups that we talked to, which was, you know, let's say that I'm a 2 at the beginning of the year and I make improvements and I get rated a 3 at the end, that now I'm effective instead of partially effective. In my opinion, you should have a 3 as far as a summative evaluation, because that's where it is that you currently stand, and that's where you would be as far as that level of proficiency. And so to have, you know, it's the same kind of idea with students when you talk about formative and summative assessments. You want to rate summative assessments would be after all of the information has been taught and theoretically students have learned it all. And you wouldn't grade overly high percentages of homework or classwork or things when they were learning along the way. It's about after they've taught it, after they've learned it, that's where the evaluation comes in. And the same should be true of the teacher model, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Do any board members have any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
The last piece is the strategic plan.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So,
do you have a presentation?
Yeah. Okay.
Tim's going to present the results from the strategic plan meeting from the other night. No, this is part of the strategic plan process that these, no, it's under the, excuse me. I'm sorry, but this, excuse me, could I please have your attention? No, this is our meeting. Unfortunately, when we have a Board of Ed meeting, and we only had one meeting in November and we have one in December, there's actually a lot of work that we have to get done. The auditor's report has to be given. The report on the emergency thing for the schools, the plan for the schools also has to be given at certain times. This is the way the board actually has to proceed. We had a strategic plan meeting on November 25th. A lot of community members came and gave input, and they are expecting to hear what came out of that meeting. And the next the strategic plan meeting will be next Monday night at 7 o'clock in the Highland Park cafeteria. So that will be the second meeting that will build on this. So we'd like to present the results of that strategic plan meeting so that everybody knows what's going on, and hopefully you all will come out to that meeting next Monday night. And the public comment is following this.
So on November 25th,
it's part of the superintendent's report, and now the superintendent is speaking.
Let's go.
So on November 25th, we had a strategic planning meeting in the high school cafeteria. This was one of the goals that the district has put forth, to develop long-term plans for the district. We presented that the enrollment was increasing, that we've seen an increase of 63 and 69 students over the last 2 years, and that our overall capacity is roughly 1,812 students. So we're at almost 90% capacity within the district. We actually started this as a staff, getting staff input, and identified some specific areas that we were trying to identify. And it included technology, Wi-Fi, printers, department-based feedback,
college prep courses that they lacked rigor, racial and poverty inequities, ESL services, and student motivation. They also included that we should be surveying graduates to determine success, that we should offer more course options, that from professional development should be focused on instruction and technology, and that we should focus on the curriculum, the materials, our scheduling overall, and how much time we're spending with students, specifically grade level meetings for common planning time, and another focus on basic skills. Also talked about communication, teacher leadership, continuity of programming, new programs that should be included where they're needed, and that we should be looking at different ways to meet student need, response to intervention, tiered instruction, screening kindergarten, positive behavior interventions and supports, and improving the website. From that planning, we ended up with these 5 categories: technology, professional development, support systems, curriculum, and master scheduling. There's supposed to be more slides.
Okay, Mom.
Where's the rest of it? There's nothing about the results. We're talking about that was the wrong presentation. That was the wrong presentation.
You can call him.
I forgot I had it.
So what we've done is we've compiled all of the work groups, and again, we want to thank everyone that came out. Did a lot of great work. These are the categories that we used for that night, looking at facilities, the new programs, curriculum, technology, professional development, master scheduling, and the use of time and support systems. So the way we had it organized was in 1-, 3-, and 5-year plans, and these are the responses that were shared from the community. For activities within the next year in facilities, that we should study the ability to house additional students, assess the town growth with regards to Cleveland Avenue, the old Y property, and Buckwood development with regards to children's needs in school. Also showing residency for students enrolled to make sure that they all live within the district. Make sure that there's enough classrooms to ensure small class size. A recommendation to fix the swings at Irving School. Look at the AC temperature controls, HVAC upgrades, and weight room safety and upgrades. For 3 years, looking at cafeteria sharing and the middle school issue with long lines, needing a better system for moving students through the lines. Rebuilding the Bartle baseball field. Focus on use of green energy to reduce costs. Looking at the library to make sure it reflects the 21st century. Acquire facilities to support the influx of students, possibly go to a bond referendum, open schools more for the community, for use for kids, and it was proposed from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. For 5 years, that if there was a new building, that they would put in a pool, that we would be looking to accommodate growth, look into the town and the school sharing facilities, and negotiate with the county to replace turf and the track. For new programs, at Bartle there was a request for a writing program and guided reading program. keyboarding and computer skills being taught at Irving, lab science for grades 3 and up, gifted and talented for grades K to 12, outreach to professionals in the community and the community service projects, solicit volunteers for presentations, either school or classroom-wide, having world language, an example being Mandarin, a K-12 or teaching heritage language classes, develop a working relationship with Rutgers in the community or college alliances. Also included for year 1, expand the athletic team options, expand school day until 5 o'clock, model Congress, attend extra conferences, upper grades, lower grades, collaborating and tutoring, increase ESL support, increase special education support, consider departmentalizing subjects in 4 and 5 at Bartle, reestablish the school TV or radio station, and have the science fair. In the next 3 years, have an improvement in the classroom libraries, have after-school programs for special needs, a gifted and talented program, and communication to see if kids after pre-K should be enrolled in it, higher language levels offered, establish a program to reach the socioeconomic bottom of the population, offering new opportunities. And for 5 years, advanced Spanish at the middle school and the high school for people that are native to the language. Government-funded Chinese or Mandarin at Irving. A special referendum beyond the 2% cap to fund computer labs and facilities.
Tim, can I interrupt just real fast? Is this all the input that came from the meeting? Is this everything?
We took out all the doubles, and these are all of the.
So this is all the stuff that was on all the sheets that we were filling out.
Right. We took all the recommendations. We combined them into those areas.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Okay. For the curriculum, reading and literacy in the middle school, leveling, science and math improvement with more science lab experiments, no double blocking if it's at the expense of other subjects, writing instruction, AP courses at the high school level, a cooperative with Piscataway or other local districts to provide a wider variety of AP classes, such as computer science, statistics, etc. Less homework, coordinate homework. More levels per subject area with focus on the college prep and the honors. Higher level of visual arts. How to use the library to enhance success. There was a question on the Bartle tracking on whether or not this would be replaced. Having Spanish at Bartle. Good science, math teacher recruitment, ensuring students are teaching their field's specialty. Addressing the gap between college prep and advanced placement courses, and addressing textbooks. Also looking at creating incentives to go with the free tutoring, coming up with innovative ways of looking at trying to identify student needs when they enter college or the workforce, more project-based learning, collaborations to create curriculum, articulate the global citizen as a great identity for district.
Could we have some quiet, please? Quiet, please. I'm sorry, one of the reasons we have to do this now, this strategic plan process, we have to complete this process so that we can build a budget based on what the community has given to us as ideas and what the teachers have put into it. Can we, we have to get through this presentation. If you're not interested in hearing it, you could step out and then come back in after we're done. But just, if you could just hold on, and we'll move through this. Please be quiet.
Going to research new innovative district curriculums implementation. Connect with Rutgers for math education and science education. Begin an honors PE class at 7:30 a.m. Less sacrifice of social studies, science, art, music, etc. Continue with a part 2 of the finance course, teaching more finance topics. The curriculum heads need to be focused on skill sets that need to be standardized across the grades. Reinstate Battle of the Books. Have a debate team. Protect the arts and music, social studies and science. Resist pushing teaching to the test. In the next 3 years, Common Core math program, getting rid of everyday math, improving math supports. A lower level of science is needed to be improved. Continue to improve foreign language and preschool foreign language immersion. After the state testing, there should be more rigor. No movies. Recommendation of boycott NJ Ask. Again, in the next 3 years, environmental awareness, adding test-taking strategies, online access to supports and courses not available at high school, provide a non-college track to students who want another choice, provide more rigor in the college prep classes, set up consistent writing standards across the curriculum in all subjects. The next 5 years, looking at online classes for the high school electives, teach computer programming starting with 4th grade, such as Python, Scratch, or Small Basic, regionalizing specialties, having reciprocity between schools, rigorous electives, academic leadership, energetic oversight coordination.
Let's stop here.
Do you want to stop here? Break and do it.
Just one round of public comment.
Whatever you want to do. Stop it. All right.
Okay. So we'll stop here.
We're going to post it on the
Do it.
No one wants to.
Under new.
Okay. Yes. It's Boston. Yeah. It's Boston. Just end it.
And then we'll do the rest of it.
Right. Speak into the mic.
They don't care.
Speak into the mic.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
These are.
I could tell you, I'm really interested in seeing the rest of this, but frankly, I don't see that anyone is paying any attention right now because it's very disruptive. No, I think I'm being misunderstood. I really, really, really want to see this because I really think it's important that we understand what our community is asking
These are concerns
of us. However, it's very difficult to pay attention when we're being disrupted. So that's my input. If we can continue this after public comment, I would be okay with that.
These are the points that the community gave to us. We did not come up with these. And everybody wants to be heard at this meeting, but what about the people who came to the strategic planning meeting? Why aren't we letting them be heard?
The community has not seen the suggestions that everybody has made, and that's the whole point of tonight.
And that's what's up.
None of us were at that meeting.
Nobody just.
Right, but you didn't tell me.
All right, go.
You guys have passed.
Open up public comment.
Okay.
People are being extraordinarily rude.
Stop.
You're not listening to each other.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so we're going to move on to public. Excuse me. Do you want to hear this part? We're going to move on to public comment. What you need.
This is not like the Highland.
So what we need to, should I just read that? So when you come up to the podium, please print your name legibly so that, and print your address also. And if you could just, maybe a couple of you come up at one time so that we can keep the line moving.
Limit comments.
Also, we're going to limit comments to 2 minutes so that everybody has a chance to speak. The Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments.
Okay. My name is Francesca Bardis, and I'm one of the literacy coaches that was reduced in force. I was not going to speak, but after hearing all of these presentations, I've been empowered to speak. The first inaccuracy that I need to clear up is that we do not work with students. It is inaccurate. Speaking for myself and for the other literacy coach who is not here tonight, we work with students at risk. We work with them every day, especially since September, when Mr. Capone decided to not have the students, move within classes and stay within the classroom. We pull out the needy students. And those are the students who we are trying to bridge the achievement gap with. What I also want the public to know is that if Mr. Capone is so concerned about bridging the achievement gap, he would have met with the two literacy coaches within his 50 days. And he would have asked us how we help bridge that achievement gap. Because we are literacy experts. We're not just literacy coaches. When he eliminated the literacy coach, he never met with us to say, could the two of you be literacy specialists and assist these students to bridge this achievement gap? And I am very, very upset about that because I love working with students in this beautiful district. I left another wonderful district that I loved working for to come for an opportunity to be treated in this manner. Thank you for coming. And thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Naomi Johnson LaFleur. I'm a visitor here tonight to your community. I am the president of the Trenton Education Association in Trenton, New Jersey. I see you again, Mr. Capone. As many of you know, I spoke before the Board of Education in Trenton, New Jersey on April 22nd, 2013. I spoke to them regarding Mr. Capone, your new superintendent. Why was it essential that I had that conversation with the Trenton Board of Education? And why is it essential that I have this conversation with the Highland Parks Board of Education this evening? Because we are here to educate our children without having someone block our way. That's why I'm here. As many of you know, Trenton is a district that has both priority and focus schools. Some of our schools are undesignated as the waiver, according to the waiver. So we were assigned last year an executive director to Region 4 of RAC in the name of Tim Capone, who allegedly came to us as an expert who could help close the achievement gap.
We found that that was not so. We found that it was not so because we know that we have to collaborate as a community, work together, administrators, teachers, community members, parents, business members, in order to have success. We had an executive director who came to us immediately and forbade his staff members to even speak with the union. So when I read the article in the newspaper in which your union presidents were fired, I felt compelled to come here because I saw similarities in silencing those who are part of the community, in this case for 15 and 21 years. Part of the educational community, part of the center of the fiber that has been guiding this district for quite some time. I was appalled, to say the least. Again, I listened to the little filibuster over here, monopolizing all the time. I will tell you that on yesterday, I took a flight back from Austin, Texas, and because of the snowstorm in Philadelphia, I had a layover in North Carolina, had to sleep there. I got off the airplane after 5 o'clock. Rushed home to Delran, New Jersey, an hour away. Yes, I have an hour to drive back home, but I waited anyway. I'm glad that the community members here waited anyway. We will not be discouraged. We will not let such antics turn us away and to address and to fight for the needs of the children of this and other communities throughout the state of New Jersey. So you must be clear on that.
Can you please wrap up your
I'm going to wrap it up.
Thank you.
I'm going to wrap it up. But I'm going to say to you as a board, as your subtitle said, you say it's coincidental. Not so. If you look at your own addendum to your own board agenda, it's not coincidental that these two ladies, or I don't know, secretaries, were let go. It's not coincidental. And as far as your apology for not including this community in your decisions, it should not have come from you, it should have come from Mr. Capone. The apology cannot be considered authentic if it does not come from the guilty source. When you sit down and you decide to eliminate people's positions, you should consider what they mean to the district. They have value to this district. They have value to every worker in this district. And for you to think that you can come in and chop off labor the way that you did, Mr. Capone, you might have the same exit that you had in Trenton. We will not stand for it. We will have the conversation, and we will support our colleagues no matter where you run in New Jersey. I'm sure I'll see you again.
I ask again that speakers try to limit their comments to 2 minutes so that everybody has a chance to speak.
I will try to be as brief as Mr. Capone was. My name is Gary Mitchell. I'm at 226 Lincoln Avenue. I put 2 children and have a child already in the senior class again. I'm here because I'm disappointed. In all respect, Ms. Bull, your apology on behalf of the board I didn't take as effective. I'm here because I think 3 members of the board will be gone in a year at the next election. And I don't say that as a threat. I don't say that as a threat. But if you want to understand what a group like this can do, just ask a gentleman named Jim Polis. Because that's what changed this course of this town and this school board 20 years ago. But to be practical, my objections here are to the cruel manner, and it's cruel. I told this to some board members individually who I consider friends. Knowing you. Some of you went to school, Adam, with my daughter.
Yes.
And I think you're cruel. I think the firings are cruel, and I'm speaking in part because you brought an attorney with you. Because I'm an attorney. I was a partner in the management side, employment law, for over a decade with 2 firms. I was a partner in 2 firms. I represented school boards. And I can tell you that I can find material misrepresentations in Mr. Capone's posted resume, and the way it was posted, or the way Ms. Bull mentioned it, sounded like there was something disingenuous, secretive that was done. Nobody obtained a secret copy of his resume. It was posted on or handed out in an Oprah request. So there's nothing sinister about that. But if Mr. Capone told you what the community has discussed about his experience in Delaware, then I find it shocking that you actually made the hire. If he didn't tell you that his role as principal in the so-called turnaround school lasted less than a year, then I think that's a misrepresentation. And when his contract was not renewed by the district in which he was hired. And I say this not because I want to insult Mr. Capone, or not that I don't respect the experience that he has had, or respect your judgment. But what I have a problem with is he's just not up to the speed, up to the job that we need to do. To the job that he and you have so eloquently outlined that he's not up to. He's not up to it because the way that you and Mr. Capone handled the community, you just didn't do a good job, you weren't effective. And I think those of you who thought this was a good hire simply by looking at his resume, I mean, I've hired lots of people in 20 years, and that resume itself probably wouldn't have made the first cut, simply because of the way it was prepared and the format that was used. But beyond that, beyond being petty, and that's trite and petty, and I apologize for that, because my objective here isn't, but my objective here is to talk about the human lives that you cast aside on November 4th, the 9th and then the 10th one. The employees who worked long and hard and were just treated as if they were refuse to be dispensed with. And I say that I have some particular concerns, obviously for the same concerns that some of you have heard about the union purging of union leadership. But I also have a concern, and I have to say this, and I'm not impugning intent when I say this. All right, but what I'm suggesting is an observation. It's not lost on me nor other members of the community that the only school principal who lost his secretary is an African American. The only African American principal in our district. And it strikes me as it should have struck you, that why are we letting go, eliminating the position of a high school principal, not the Irving School principal, not the Bartle School principal, not Mr. Lassiter's not Mr. Lassiter's secretary, not those, but the only position. And as I said, I'm not suggesting intent, but I'm suggesting an observation. And from what Mr. Capone's comments have been, and
facts, that's just a ridiculous statement.
I'll wrap this up.
Please do.
From what Mr. Capone's
Excuse me, that's...
Okay.
Continue, please wrap up your remarks.
Yeah, just one last comment. I think this board would be well advised to rescind those RIFs, to re-employ those people who were RIFed. And if, as I heard from the budgetary comment, there are any RIFs to be made, it should be in the 2 assistant superintendent positions that are unneeded in this district. Thank you very much.
Hello. Oh, what's that? Oh, I don't have a pen. Oh, here it is. Hello, my name is Buffy Wild-Greenberg. I'm a Highland Park resident and parent. I hate public speaking, but this issue felt too important to stay silent. I'm speaking out tonight to express my concerns about Mr. Capone and the Board of Education's recent actions, and to ask the board to terminate his contract. From my understanding, Mr. Capone has eliminated 9 essential positions, including literacy coaches or specialists and the substance abuse counselor. 2 of the eliminated positions were held by union leadership. This is not a coincidence, it's union busting. He has hired 2 administrators and a data analyst, each commanding a 6-figure salary. It appears he misrepresented relevant work experience on his resume. There is concern he will make detrimental changes to special education and limit teachers' creativity and autonomy in the classroom. Tonight I heard Mr. Capone use scare tactics to justify these drastic and destructive changes, and I suppose any changes that he has and the board has in plan for the future. Like many people here, I grew up in Highland Park and attended Irving, Bartle, and the high school. At the Highland Park Public Schools, I learned skills I use every day. To read, thanks to Mrs. Davis and Mrs. Brogy. To write effectively, thanks to Mrs. Lafelt. To think critically, thanks to Mr. Heisler and Mr. Stringer. I fear that if Mr. Capone stays on as superintendent, this is not the type of education my son or any other student will receive. Thank you.
I'm signing in. I also appreciate the last speaker, especially since I've been made rather overexcited by my community members, my neighbors speaking so lively.
Can you state your name and address,
I will
please?
state my name.
Thank you.
My name is Aaron Todd. My home is 79 Lawrence Avenue. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I arrived in Highland Park in 1974 from 2 years of teaching in Mayaguez, Puerto Rico. I first lived for 4 years at 303 Lawrence Avenue, the same avenue, you noticed, right? And in 1978, moved to my present home, just 2 blocks along Lawrence Avenue. I chose Highland Park partly because it was a walking community, and partly because of rumors, just rumors at that time for me, a newbie in the area, rumors of a small and good school system. My experience of moving here for these reasons, walking convenience and school system, and my experience of moving within Highland Park, within the borough, is not unusual. I have learned, I thought it was unusual at the time, but I've learned other people have done the same thing. They wanted to move, they had to move, but they stayed within Highland Park. It is Highland Park that is unusual. And I do find that if I pay attention, I learn something new about Highland Park every day. I have some words about my perception of the Highland Park schools because I've had 3 children touched by this school system, my youngest in particular, but I will not go into the details. I don't think I need to do that. I could, but it would take a long time. And I am not claiming that the school system caused the many good outcomes for my youngest, 26 and my two older children, who were not touched quite so deeply because they were not in the school system for the full amount of time. My younger son figured out a way of getting out a year early. I don't think he liked grade school. I don't think he liked high school in particular, but instead of slacking off, he was able to figure a way out in 11 years instead of 12. Pretty good, I thought. There's some other things I could say about him, but I'm not claiming that it's the Highland Park school system that caused the many good outcomes I've seen in all three children. However, it was certainly flexible enough and imaginative enough and wise enough to accommodate the needs of my children. That is to say, the professionals, the teachers and staff, and yes, the administrators had those qualities, had the competencies, and valued helping the children in their care. And also, they had the good fortune to work in a school system that allowed effective expression of those qualities and competencies and values. I'm not sure that that's the kind of school system we'll be seeing. I am very concerned.
Mr. Todd, could you complete your remarks?
I will complete it.
Thank you.
A portion of the community is in up in arms now, and I believe for good reasons. You, the board, have undertaken 4 hires and supported 9 firings. Some, of course, rift, so it's the position that's fired, and because there's no position for the person disappears in some sense. You, the board, have undertaken 4 hires and supported 9 firings under highly problematic circumstances, well described by others, and to some extent owned up to by the board's chair or president. All of these things have been done while you essentially remain silent, even about policy matters that required public discussion. What the Highland Park Board of Education has wrought is destructive and short-sighted and cruel. It needs fixing. You need to find ways to rescind these actions. You need to find ways even when you may believe there are no ways. This fixing will require some serious rethinking by you, all members of the board, and the new board that is coming in. And of course, you are all our neighbors. We have to respect you, and we do. You put a lot of time into this. You have made some very serious mistakes. They require fixing. To see these things right, much will be needed in this crisis by way of perseverance. And now I'm talking not just to you, but everybody in this room and outside as well, if they were able to hear. Cooperation, perseverance, and strong efforts of community members and teachers and staff. And I will say it in the form and other professionals within the school system. That could still apply to some of the administrators. I know some of them, and they're very good. Thank you for your attention. And good luck. Good luck to us all.
Hello, good evening. My name is Diana Brooks, and I've been a paraprofessional in this district for 7 years now. I've lived in this town for 5 years, and my partner over there has lived here for over 20. She is a lieutenant in the Highland Park Fire Department, as well as a chairperson for the fire prevention education within our school system and our community. We're both fully invested in this town, both as residents, educators in our respective fields, and most importantly, as parents of a 3.5-year-old that attends Irving Primary School as a student in the pre-K disabled classroom. Obviously, he means lots to me. Our son is the very first priority in our lives. With that said, I need to voice some concerns that I have with the direction this district seems to be taking. I'm sure you've learned by now that rumors fly like wildfire around here. It's rumored that out-of-district special education students are going to be brought back in district. Let's discuss why this can be extremely detrimental. These children were not sent out just because we felt like it. We do not have the resources or the programs needed for these kids to be successful. We don't have the manpower to accommodate additional students at the moment. 6 years ago, I had to get a tetanus shot after a student bit me. 4 years ago, I was 4 months pregnant and got stabbed with scissors. 2 years ago, I was in the emergency room with a concussion after getting kicked in the face trying to protect other students. Can any of you come in and help out, handle my job? Doubt it. I love what I do very much. Never once blamed any of the kids for their actions. It's not their fault. I knew they required more than we're capable of providing. So how do you plan on justifying bringing them back? These kids deserve the same opportunities and the same education as their peers, regardless of where we need to send them. They're children, not dollar signs to bring back for our budget. I also hear a rumor that schedules will be changing. I hear that we'll be outsourcing from Source for Teachers to fill vacant special ed classrooms instead of hiring trained teachers or educators. Obviously, we hold our special education students way high up there. Now, here's where it gets personal. My son is a special needs student. How can any of you assure me, no, better yet, prove to me and show me that he will not fall under the cracks and that he will not end up in 3rd grade with his teacher then INRSing him because he's so far behind, because his needs weren't met, because he got kicked out of self-contained so we can bring kids back from out of district. I want to know what the plan is to appropriately meet the needs and educate my son, along with every other child in this district. I am a certified special education instructor. I know how it works, and I know my son's rights. How will they be accommodated? How can you justify placing non-special ed teachers or substitutes in classrooms to teach these children? How are you going to teach my child? As a staff member, I'm saddened and disappointed that our students may possibly be treated in this way if this rumor is so-called true. As a parent, I hope you dot your I's and cross your T's, because I will be on top of my son's education every day to ensure his success in this district. He will get what he's entitled to. Just as every child in our care, he deserves our very best. After all, that's why we are all still here at 10:30 at night, while my 3-year-old is still awake waiting where Mommy, you're going to come home to put him to bed. Because as I said, he is a special needs student and he requires special needs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doreen Consimano. I live at 31 Toad Lane in Ringgoes, New Jersey. I am the Middlesex County Chairperson of the Association of Student Assistance Professionals of New Jersey. I was here last month speaking on behalf of Kathy Katofsky, who's the Student Assistance Coordinator of Highland Park. And I'm here because I'm a little confused. I did send a letter to the board and to Mr. Capone, and I'm seeking some clarification. I read the board's frequently asked questions, or Mr. Capone's frequently asked questions, and also the letters that were on the website. First, there was a question, how will the counseling needs of the district be addressed? And there was an answer posted, and it was the district employs 2 guidance counselors at the high school, and it goes on and on. But at the end, the last sentence was, they offer many opportunities for counseling. This was in reference to the teen center and peer groups, and will expand their services, their offerings, to address any additional student needs. So I was a little confused by that. I just want a clarification. So that means that you're going to be expanding the services at the teen center, but cutting the student assistance coordinator. Am I correct?
Wait, you got it. Answer. It's a grant funded program.
Okay, so I'll move on. Second, the Department of Education Administrative Code, Chapter 16, Programs to Support Student Development, which I included in my letter, Code 6A:16-4.1 CI states, each district board of education policies for students using alcohol and other drugs as defined shall include the following components: assessment by an individual who holds the Educational Services Certificate with the Substance Awareness Coordinator endorsement issued by the New Jersey State Board of Examiners, or by an individual who holds one of the following endorsements on the Educational Services Certificate: school nurse non-instructional, school psychologist, school counselor, school social worker, or student personnel services, and is trained to assess alcohol and other drug abuse. So my question was, is there an employee who meets this qualification so that you can comply with this administrative code if the SAC is eliminated? Code 6A:16-6A:16-4.1C7 states the same as referenced for evaluation and referral for treatment services. So the same is required for that. So I'm just wondering if there's somebody in the district who, when the SAC is eliminated, the student assistance coordinator, is going to be meeting the needs of a student and trained in alcohol and drugs, because that's required by administrative code. So I'm just wondering how Highland Park is going to comply with New Jersey administrative code.
Thank you. Is that all?
Interact with the community. It's your chance.
I don't see a pen. Let's see if I can write and talk at the same time. My name is Mary McManus Smith. I live at 612 South 4th Avenue. No, I'm not good at doing both. My name is Mary McManus Smith. I live at 612 South 4th Avenue, and it almost says that on this paper already. I am very concerned about the process that is going on here. I'm actually glad you brought your attorney today. You, as a board, chose to gather the day before an election to make a decision that you have described as being about budget priorities. and you made that decision behind closed doors. This community came out in great numbers to address those issues with you. Over 400 people were here before, and it looks like we have several hundred here tonight who've waited over 3 hours to talk to you. But you have come to us with a set of answers, which means you met again. You met again behind closed doors without giving public notice, without it being a public discussion in front of all these people who want to know what each of you thinks, who can hold each one of you accountable for your actions. And instead you come in and you say, mea culpa, we forgot to tell you. You forgot to have the discussion in front of us. Which, as your lawyer well knows, is required by the Sunshine Law. This is way too much going on in executive session, which is not permitted. If what we need to do is go get an injunction to avoid it continuing, we can do that. There are lawyers on this side too. But the actions of this board are inappropriate to continue having conversations and discussions about these issues, priority public policy issues about how this town is going to run its school have to be in public. And stuffing tonight's agenda with 3 hours of stuff, I gotta tell you, my daughter was a star softball player. She didn't get her certificate in front of the board. We don't go away because you don't give us a chance to talk. We go to court to make sure we get a chance to talk. This is a community that respects each other. We expect you to respect us and give us that opportunity to be part of this process. Obviously, people are not happy with the choices that have been made, and by coming up with an agenda that does not even include a discussion of what scores of people told you at the last meeting, suggests you are not listening to us at all.
Wish this was a little higher. My name's Andrew Zappa. I live on 131 Johnson Street. At the start of this meeting, we had the pleasure of seeing the youth of our township be recognized for what they do, for their honesty, their integrity, their fellowship, their courage to do what is right. And I turned this way, and I can't even believe what I heard. I heard the president of the board read a letter where she essentially acknowledged they made a devil's contract and said that he can do whatever he wants with their votes because they didn't have the courage to review the budget and realize people needed to be let go. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. And you know what the next steps are? The next steps are when they realize they didn't riff enough and they have to cut more programs, more people, and expect you to all swallow it. When I was in the Army, my first general order was to guard everything within the limits of my post and quit only when properly relieved. You were asleep. We are not.
It's not there?
My name is Bobby David Kumaran. I live in Highland Park. Members of the board, as I'm sure you are aware, your role and the role of the superintendent is the single most important position in driving the direction of our district and our children's future. I ask that you consider your continued support very carefully in light of the information you all appear to be aware of and continue to stand by. Public education is at its core and essence about creating a great equalizer for all of our children. Members of the board, act with integrity, not ego or pride, and do what is right for all of our children. Please don't parade around Mr. Capone or yourselves as the angels of the achievement gap when your actions clearly do not demonstrate this. Running a social experiment in our schools in the name of the achievement gap is exploitive and disingenuous, and I cannot stand for this operating mentality. We now find ourselves in a twisted reality where all of our children, including our most at-risk students, are subjected to the educational experiments of an inexperienced leader with, at best, a murky professional history with an inexperienced leader with, at best, a murky professional history whose decisions that you all seem to be willing to rubber stamp. You are now aware that officials at various components of Mr. Capone's resume have managed to discover and deal with Mr. Capone and any shortcomings they have found in his performance. We demand to know why you are also willing to open your eyes, why you are also unwilling to open your to the history that you are aware of and act upon the situation in front of you. Mr. Capone has clearly not found his feet in any position. What was the rush? What was the rush? What was the panic to hire Mr. Capone? If you are all aware and rubber stamped on his history as you are now alleging, were you worried that Princeton or East Brunswick would snatch him up? Perhaps you thought that they were looking for a candidate with an employment history like his. As you are all aware, we can have an interim for up to 2 years. Do you really expect the public to believe that he was the best candidate for this job, and he was so good that you all had to overlook all of the qualified New Jersey candidates, all of the prospective interims, and go all the way to Delaware to find someone for our children? Really? Your response to this situation, as you know, I do respect the board, and I've worked on nearly all of your campaigns. I want to help you, and I will be here to support you. But your response to this situation seems nothing short of a scramble to save face. Members of the board, you must realize by now that you can't run a district on pride or ego. This is a self-destructive policy. You are not in these seats to serve yourself and to preserve your vanity. You are here to serve the public, and it's time you spent as much time and energy in saving our schools. I know you are capable of more, which is why we all elected you. I continue to call for Mr. Capone's resignation or an equivalent measure. I continue to call for Mr. Capone's resignation or an equivalent measure due to his employment history and demonstrated shortcomings over the last few months. Let's right this ship and let's move forward together with openness and transparency. We can do better.
My name is Keisha Ingram, and I have been a dedicated professional member. By the way, I live at 112 Griggs Place in East Brunswick, New Jersey, in case you didn't know that. My name is Keisha Ingram, and I have been a dedicated professional member of the staff of the Highland Park Public Schools for the last 14 years of my life. I have gone above and beyond in all that I do. I spent the majority of my time in the district at Bartle School as a secretary in the main office. Last year, there were secretarial transfers, and I was moved to the high school. I have enjoyed working in both buildings, seeing the growth of the students and working with my fellow staff members who helped to make Highland Park Schools a special place. I have also had the opportunity to serve my colleagues as an officer, both secretary and vice president, in the union for the last 6 years. You can imagine how surprised I was on November 5th when I received a letter notifying me that my job had been eliminated. And actually, during the elimination meeting with Mr. Soto, I was told, I hope that you would continue to remain professional in your remaining time here. I want you to know I am more than a professional in everything I do. About what's happened here has been wrong. The day we were eliminated, you made a 70-year-old woman who works in the middle school, Arlene McQuaid, walk from the middle school to the principal of the high school's office to be terminated. Okay? My job, along with the jobs of 8 of my colleagues, were eliminated. I was told that this was a fiscal necessity and had nothing to do with job performance or anything else. My question to the board is, if this is strictly a budget issue, why were the jobs of every single secretary in the high school eliminated? No secretaries at Bartle or Irving were affected, and the only principal secretary that you're telling me is not necessary is that of the high school principal? I find that hard to believe. Based on the items of the addendum that you've had here tonight, our jobs must not be that unnecessary because you're planning to transfer other staff members to fill those duties as we speak. Not once has the current superintendent or any of the board members spoken to me about my job or what I do. So let me tell you what I do. I come in at 7 o'clock in the morning. I organize schedules for substitutes, answer phones, assist staff and students all before the homeroom bell rings. I arrange coverage for classes, edit letters, process orders, take attendance, and so much more. I rarely leave on time, often stay late, and sometimes come in on weekends, but my job is not necessary and I have no value in this district. My job and the job of the other eliminated employees have value to this community. In closing, I would like to say thank you to the community and the staff for their support. The meeting on the first board meeting we had on November 18th meant so much to me to know that the community supports us. I want to say thank you to the other eliminated staff members, Sarah Vaca, Jaleesa Brooks, Kathy Katofsky, Marilyn Cruz, Arlene McQuaid, Christine Warrian, Fran Bardis, and Julia Dewhurst for the hard work and dedication that they have done. Although the board and superintendent may not value us, our colleagues in this community do. The bigger fight, this fight is bigger than our jobs and the eliminations. I encourage the community and staff to continue to stand together.
Nancy Grabelia, I represent the Highland Park Education Association, and you can't fire me. Obviously, when we have searches for superintendents, we have teams of people that go into districts to find out what those people are like. You guys didn't go anywhere. You must have gotten a couple of numbers from Mr. Capone and called them. Because when you can call the Delaware Education Association and mention his name, and they're cheering because he's not in Delaware anymore, that says a lot. You can call the New Jersey Education Association switchboard, and they couldn't tell you about any of the other superintendents in New Jersey, but they know him in Delaware. And I'm going to tell you, we could say that he made a mistake, and that's what I believed. But I'm going to tell you something. You all sit here and you support what he did wholeheartedly. And you know what? You now are part of the blame, and you all are going to suffer the consequences of the decision that you made to hire this man. He is a gentleman who comes into a school district, and I've talked to Woodbridge, I've talked to Indian River, I've talked to Newcastle, where Howard High School happens to be, and there's one that I don't think he has included in his resume. And also what we did is we had the president of the Trenton Education Association, and I don't think the State Department is too happy that you left there either, because I know that some of your colleagues didn't want to work with you even as they monitored Trenton. How he wound up here with a short work history means that you didn't go anywhere. And I'm going to tell you, he's known as a union buster. He doesn't solve any grievances. He can't come to any terms with anybody and compromise. If you're talking about how your budget is suffering now, what are you going to do when you have litigation? And I know that Sherry's probably smiling from ear to ear, because the money is going to be spent because you have an individual who can't talk, can't compromise, can't find solutions. Coming into this school district, the first thing that he should have done is he should have sat down with his union. Just like the union leaders are in here that represent Middlesex County, and I'll talk about Piscataway too, and I'll talk about New Brunswick. I sit down with Mr. Kaplan, and I sit down with Teresa Rafferty and every one of their predecessors for the last 20 years, and we have been able to come to compromise and work out solutions for the children in their district. What did you do here? And I'll tell you, so gallantly, you said you have some kind of an agreement with Piscataway. If it wasn't 5 to 11 on my way home, I'd be calling Teresa Rafferty and ask her, what the hell did you get into? Because her president is here, and I know that conversation is going to take place tomorrow. But I'm going to tell you, you're all at fault now. You can make it right, and you could do what's right for the children of this school district. But you're not making any motions. You're not attempting to do it. I met with 150 community people on a Saturday night who came out, who are angry with this Board of Education and that superintendent from 7:30 until 11 o'clock at night. And if you don't think that that means something, if you don't take him out, I'm guaranteeing you, they will take each and every one of you out one by one. Thank you.
Excuse me. Quiet, please.
Hi, my name is Beth Stuckey. I live at 19 Grand Avenue. I spoke at the first meeting, I guess, before the strategic planning meeting, which I went to but refused to participate in. I saw it as divisive. And there's a couple of things that I wrote down that I'm going to read in a minute, but there's a couple of things I would like to add. I hate to do that because I never get it all right, but I'm going to try. One thing is that Ms. Bull said that we should listen to that whole replay, the results of that strategic planning meeting at the high school, that we had a right to hear everything that was said, but I don't feel that you have been hearing us. You're saying that we have that right to be heard, but we're trying to be heard and we're not being heard. And I think that that's been very frustrating. I have a very good friend. There's not one person here, if they knew her, she works for the DOE. who, if they didn't knew her, they would know she has the highest amount of integrity, never says a bad word about anybody. She joined us for part of Thanksgiving this year, and while this was starting to play out, I just happened to ask her, we have a new superintendent, there seems to be issues, I'm trying to find out more. What do you know about him? And when I couldn't remember your first name, I'm sorry, but I said his last name is Capone. And her response, I didn't say anything more than we're trying to find out more. She said, oh my God. She says, you have Tim Capone. Oh my God. Now that is not who she is. And then I felt sunk. So I'm just going to read what I started out to say because that really confirmed, I guess, what I was hearing. At the last board meeting at the high school 2 weeks ago, I asked Mr. Ross if any of the fixes the board and Mr. Capone have implemented have been mandated by the Department of Ed due to a lack of compliance on the part of the Highland Park School District, or whether this has all been generated internally. His answer was internal, and that the issues are emergent. The definition of emergent is, quote from my online dictionary, the process of coming into being or becoming prominent. I think it is agreed by everyone here that there are emergent issues in our schools, some more immediate than others. However, emergent does not mean emergency. It does not mean this very minute. It does not mean at any cost. The lives at stake here are the 9 that have been changed abruptly without the need to do so in that manner, and the lives of every child in Highland Park currently in school and those to come. None of that needed to be an emergency. One of the main goals of parenting, and I have 4 children, and the 4th one is getting ready to exit. Hopefully, I would like to say just in time, but I don't feel that's fair to everybody else. One of the main goals of parenting and of education is to instill values of citizenship, good judgment, and integrity in our children. Indeed, core curriculum standard goals have been ever increasingly inclusive of community service. President Kennedy started the Ultimate Citizenship Program with the Peace Corps. So how is it that we have a newly hired superintendent who has been untruthful in representing himself in order to get this very important position in Highland Park and is further employed, my understanding, I will just put that in quotes, and is further employed illegally as an out-of-state resident? And to the board, why is it that you think this is all okay and refuse to take the opportunity afforded to you with these untruths and relieve Mr. Capone of his position? I beseech you to do the right and moral thing, to act with integrity, to set an example for all the children you have honored here tonight, first thing we got here, for their own achievements, and show them we care about honesty and other people, and we will work together as a community to resolve and implement the things that are necessary to do. When I was young and all growing up, my mother taught me, if you make a mistake, say I'm sorry and try to fix it, and I'm asking the board to do the same thing. Thank you.
My name is Madalina Tanasi. I live in Highland Park, 331 Cedar Avenue. Sorry. My name is Madalina Tanasi. I live in Highland Park at 331 Cedar Avenue, and I'm a parent. And I was not really sure I'm going to take the stand, but I have some things that I wanted to say. And it's mainly about how this board functions. Both myself and my husband have emailed the board asking questions about the rules and the process that are guiding the functioning of the board, and we have received the standard reply that the board cannot answer those questions due to the New Jersey's law regarding speaking in open public meeting. So I'm going to raise some of those questions in public. Hopefully they will be answered. One of the questions is what mechanism the school board has to ensure that the employees are not intimidated and bullied to act in a specific manner by directly or indirectly threatening their positions or the employment of an employee by using evaluation as a tool. Secondly, what mechanism the school board has to make sure that the board or person authorized to hire or fire is not misusing his powers for nepotism, corruption, bullying, and that they act in a manner to preserve their position. Third, What are the effective checks and balances for smooth, effective, transparent functioning of the school board with highest level of integrity? The lack of transparency creates a question around the integrity and the sanctity of the school board and its democratic nature. Since the board seems to be tied and not allowed to answer even process-related questions because of the New Jersey laws, I think we need an independent commission to audit the functioning of the board and to restore the integrity, impartiality, competence, and sanctity of the school board. Last, and it's mainly because so few of the staff and the teachers, despite being in the room, have taken the stand to say what they feel. It seems to me that teachers and the staff are living in fear and they are intimidated by the whole situation. And if the board believes that's not the case and that the teachers' morale is high, I think there should be a 360-degree evaluation of the quality of leadership done by the teachers and the staff. Even if you think that the people here are an irrelevant minority, let the teachers speak and the staff say if they buy into the vision that you are implementing through the superintendent. And there should be an independent and anonymous evaluation, maybe conducted by a committee that is independent of the school board. And that's all I had to say.
Good evening. My name is Kim Hammond. I live at 255 Harrison Avenue here in Highland Park. Catherine, I want to personally thank you for your comment that you made to the group this evening. I do appreciate that. Mr. Capone, I wish we could have met under different circumstances, met all of us under different circumstances. This is a wonderful community, full of talented, engaged, interesting, lovely, lovely people. You are not seeing us at our best. Our best is when David and Melanie are working on safe streets for our kids to walk and bike to school, when Darcy and Bobby fight off charter schools, and when Jenny creates and implements fundraisers for our PTO. But instead, we have coalesced, not around the issues that challenge our schools, but around you. The talented, intelligent, and diligent have become energized, organized, and galvanized as we find ourselves questioning the actions of your 3-month tenure. If your goal was to make us think things weren't so bad before you arrived, you have succeeded. But please, don't force us to ignore the fact that we could be so much better. There are real areas that do need improvement. So I would like to think you have a different goal. I just don't know what that goal is. And I'm not an education expert. I would like to leave the pedagogy, design, and implementation to the experts. I spend my days designing and project managing. I spend a good part of my day problem solving. It's a process. 1, you identify the problem. 2, you brainstorm to generate various solutions. 3, you evaluate and select the most effective solution for implementation. This is universal, and its good, thoughtful, collaborative process always results in excellent outcomes. Personally, I like to use the simple adage, proper prior planning prevents piss-poor performance. So again, I'm not the education expert. It's not for me to tease apart whether 9 school professionals are expendable. I don't need to study what the literature says about heterogeneous groups or scripted teaching, the rearranging of guidance counselors, or the change to report cards for 2nd and 5th grade, or even if this district needs to embark on strategic planning. However, for someone who relies on process and proper planning, it is glaring that proper prior planning has not been employed. Staff positions were cut before it was determined what the need was that the cuts were to fund. I see a flaw in the process when teachers were surveyed about general needs and desires without evaluating this in the context of budget, and that this information was acted on before it was vetted by students and parents without the context of what would need to be sacrificed to provide the technology and books. I see a misstep in the process when you can't assign a dollar amount or provide hardware, software, or material lists, but instead show pictures of outdated computers. Heterogeneous groups may better serve our kids, and teachers may be in favor of them, but it's poor planning that groups were formed before plans could be implemented and before the proper materials were in the classroom. Guidance counselors were moved weeks before they could write college recommendations for our seniors. Report card formatting changed before it was determined they could be redesigned in a timely way. Families at Bartles still don't have a report card to know how their child is doing. Strategic planning was the response to the public outcry demanding in meeting about the rifts that had already taken place. The planning should take place before such an action. Strategic plan work session should be scheduled before evaluating the need or desire for even having such a plan. I left the I've been to all the meetings. I've gone to everything. I went to the strategic planning meeting in good faith on the 25th. But when I left, I felt like I'd been given busy work, discussing what we'd like to see without the context of discussing what we actually have. This town is not unfamiliar with town-wide planning. We have worked in groups with professionals and experts to productive ends in the past. At this meeting, there were no experts present, no facilitators leading. There was so much resource in the room and no reliable intake. My biggest fear is that my words, anyone's words, could be taken in or out of context and used in an unintended way. One parent said it would be nice to have air conditioning. I like the one who said we should have the swimming pools. That would have been even a better example. So I'm wondering if, just like the teachers outlined the books, will the air conditioning be considered as a real need? Who will do the weighing and in what context? And if it's decided to be if that's decided to be a priority, will tough decisions need to be made to pay for it? Look, this might sound a little harsh. A friend said to me, look, anyone can be a Monday morning quarterback, as if to say criticism after the fact is all too easy. But here's the deal. No one is asking you to call an audible on the field. Proper prior planning. You seem to be on a fast-paced path with an urgency we may not require, with the goal of turnaround in mind. So here's my concern. If we were actually headed in the right direction and you turn us around, won't we be headed in the wrong direction? I'm sorry, that was a little catty, but I already said this, you're not seeing us at our best. And it's the lack of process and transparent planning that has left us with reasonable questions, concerns, and yes, a little hostility. I wonder if these feelings that you've engendered within the community in 3 short months, what the climate actually might be like within our schools right now. Unpopular, difficult decisions may have to come. The Reverend Caperdale spoke at the last board meeting and stressed that our questions and concerns come from us not having had time to get to know you, to get to trust you. I'm not a member of his congregation, but I know the Reverend Caperdale has done some extraordinary projects in the community, things that were rejected in other places, that were controversial and met with resistance here. But through coalition building and careful process, he succeeded both with the projects and garnering support. Don't force us to ignore our weaknesses and problems because we don't trust you. We need to know your intentions, not the broad rhetoric about meeting the needs of all our students and raising all children to their full potential. That was the school's mission before you got here. I'm interested in the substance of a plan. I'm not asking for a dialogue or for you to answer to or appease the many different ideas and voices. I'm just asking, where's your plan? Substantiate the problem. What did you identify as the problem? What other solutions did you seek? Why will this solution be most effective? What's the timeline for a reasonable course of implementation? If you found the solutions, you must have taken these steps. I'm merely asking that you share your work with the group.
My name is Miranda Outman Kramer. I live at 226 Volkert Street, and I have a second grader here at Bartle School. And I am struggling with a fear of public speaking as I say these words, but I have something important to say. I was grateful for the apology that the board member made to the community. That took a lot of courage, and it deserves to be commended. I was relieved to have certain rumors dispelled. That was a service that Mr. Capone just performed. Some of what Mr. Capone spoke about, namely differentiating education for each child, sounds absolutely wonderful. I can see why that interested this well-educated and informed board. I can understand that. But, however, there are certain things that just don't add up. It's my understanding that Highland Park is a focus district because of an extreme gap between the test scores of students with more or less privilege. How then do we square that with the dismissal of professionals whose work is devoted to the needs of our less privileged students? If the current and most urgent goal is to no longer be a focus district, then why are we dismissing a substance abuse counselor whose work is specifically targeted at working with students who are struggling? If we are under the state's watchful eye on account of a discrepancy in our test scores, then why was the first act to dismiss literacy specialists whose entire work is with the students who need the help that they must not be getting? The other thing I would like to say tonight is that every parent and every educator knows that children don't learn from what we say, they learn from what we do. And we all have a big responsibility when it comes to role modeling. I am struggling here with speaking in public because I am so concerned about the example that the dismissal of a counselor who has given decades and decades of her life to this district 5 months before retirement sets for our kids. Mr. Capone also spoke about a whole lot of tests to which my child is just a little too young to be subjected. We're looking forward to that in the coming year. But there's another test, and that is a test of personal and professional ethics. That is a test of role modeling, and it's a test of kindness and compassion. That test is going on right now. That test is being administered tonight. This week in December 2013 seems like a particularly apt time to speak about truth and reconciliation. I would therefore like to invite Mr. Capone, whom I've met and who seems like a personable and creative and, talented guy, to make an act of extraordinary and uncommon courage. Please rescind, undo, cancel, I don't know the word, these RIFs that took place last month. When that is done, this extraordinary community will then have the courage and the kindness and the compassion to admit that we were wrong and welcome you with open hearts. Thank you.
Oh, God.
I just want to make one correction to something I said. There is one board member who has been supportive and has asked me what I do and has tried to resolve problems. Thank you to Chandra Pointer-Titus.
Okay, moving on. Oh, Lord.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jay Weinberg. I live at 330 Harper Place. I genuinely want to thank you, Mr. Capone. It's clear to me that you did your best to prepare for this meeting today. You struck me as very intelligent. I was very moved by the presentation, as I was moved by many of the speeches that came before me, especially the one where the woman discussed the fact that our children were doing well. So if you're going to turn it around, where are we going? I'm not a school board attorney, and I understand that many of the decisions that have to be made are mired in various types of responsibilities and responsibilities to the state and otherwise. But I don't want to repeat what so many people have said here tonight, but I think an important point is that the ends don't justify the means. As well-intentioned as you seem tonight, I have no reason to believe you're not. The ends just don't justify the means. For instance, the woman spoke about the fact that it was clear that it was a scripted dialogue between you, which I thought was fine. I mean, it was clear that some of the questions were prepared and read and answered in a sort of script, and I didn't think too much of that. Of course, I'm not a school board attorney, and I didn't realize that it was a violation. It didn't come to me, as it didn't come to a lot of us, that it was another violation of the Sunshine Law. So, in other words, the ends don't always justify the means. These budget concerns, the ends don't justify the means. The first time I spoke before you guys, I said, how can you fire a woman with 24 years and 7 months on the job with 5 to go, just like that, in like 30 days, 40 days, without having any dialogue with the community? And these are people that have been in our community, people who have lived in New Jersey their entire lives, like me. So if you had to accomplish a goal, so be it. But again, the ends don't justify the means. Another issue I want to hit on that I believe wasn't hit on today, Ms. Hughes and some of the people sort of chastised us when we were yelling about that interminable list that you read to us. You have to understand, I was at that meeting and I was at the previous meeting, and people were getting a little upset that we can't have a dialogue. But that's hidden in the fact that you're not allowed to by some laws that I don't know. And I'm certainly willing to be educated. I hope you are too. But what happened at that second meeting was almost bizarre. We were asked to sit and write what we wanted to see from our schools 1, 3, and 5 years from now, when we were so intensely interested in hearing why you made the decisions you made over the prior 2 months. So we've been called witch hunters and rumor and all these things, but we are at sometimes grasping at straws. Although you have a very educated group of people. Some of the information that I've received from people who have worked on this is really incredible, because it was done without any assistance from the board, quite frankly. So when we were at that meeting, I tried to tell people not to be civil disobedient. Don't fill out these forms. I mean, don't do this. This is not why we're here. And you keep hiding the substance with the form. So we filled out forms for 1, 3, and 5 years, and we didn't get any answers about why you did what you had to do over the prior 60 days. So today you start to read those forms back to us, and there's like 100 categories, including fixing air conditioners and pools, after we've heard from the auditor that we hardly have any money to do any of those things. So it's a meaningless list. And then we were yelled at. Stop yelling. These are people in your community who have proffered these ideas, and you're not letting them be heard. And you're not listening. We were the ones at the meeting. You see, the problem is, and we're trying to work with you, I think you have this belief that we're a fringe group. And I can assure you that we're not a fringe group. There are... And this isn't a lecture, by the way. It's not a lecture at all. I'm just trying to reach out to you, you know? It's not a fringe group, because I could ask for a show of hands of how many people I've met because of this process. Fringe groups are people who have a like and common idea about some fringe item. This I would call a catastrophe. I really would. It was, in catastrophes, people come together, and that's why I've met Ms. Salerno and all these people that I haven't known before, that I've met through this process, because we come together in catastrophe. And was it shocking? Did we overreact? Well, we had no information, but we knew 9 souls were told they were fired. And we now know, Mr. Capone, that you didn't even meet with some of these people, that in the effort to justify the ends, you didn't feel that the means involved, you know, really meeting with these people and discussing in detail, what do you do every day? And firing people right in the middle of the school year when our seniors, who are winning the United Nations, they're winning it. So clearly they've done well. I know what you're going to turn around now. Okay. And this isn't hyperbole. These students have spoken to me. While they're working so hard to win this, and this is a lot of work to win this. I mean, it's just, they beat everyone else. They had guidance counselors helping them with their college application, because they were putting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into this United Nations. And they find out that they're gone. And they're stuck. And you hurt the best students, the ones that wanted to go to college, that needed this assistance. Now, I think the problem with the board here, respectfully, there's a sport out there that people do, and it's a brutally physical sport, and there's a saying, and you can go to the classes in this sport anywhere in the world now, it's spread all over. And the saying when you walk in is, leave your ego at the door, because you're gonna make mistakes, and you're gonna possibly get hurt. You can't take it personally. You have to learn from your mistakes. You either learn or you win, but you don't lose. You never lose. And I think part of the reason why you keep asserting that we're a fringe group, members of the board, is because you need that, okay? I think you've reached a point where you just can't let go of your ego. But you serve the interests of the community here. And if nothing else, you've got to see. There's people from all over the community who are just disenfranchised by all of the decisions that have been made. And you can rescind these. It's only your ego in the way now. There is not a large... There is not some large supportive group. There's not people who didn't come tonight, double negatives, because they support you, okay? Now, there are a few people who support you, absolutely. I'm one of them. I mean, I do want the best for the schools. I'm not on the board. I thank you for volunteering and sitting through all of this. But have you not reached a point where it's just an ego in the way? What else can it be? When you're serving the interests of an educated community who's researched this and come in here and said to you, please stop, please fix it. I ask you to rescind the decisions that you've made just on that basis alone. And let us be part of a correct process, a process that doesn't include violating possibly the Sunshine Law, even in preparing for this meeting once again. So I do ask that you rescind the decisions. It's going to be a difficult battle if you don't. I can't say that we're going to win, but I got to tell you something. We're going to try. It's not a threat. It's not a threat, because I would have rather put my kids to bed tonight. You know, I would rather have done that than be here. But the bottom line is, how can you not see? There's so much discord. You have to rescind these decisions. We have to start over. And we'll do it with you. And by the way, if that causes bleeding, we'll bleed with you. It's my tax dollars we're talking about. So if it's going to cause problems by rescinding this decision, that it has to be emergent, I'm willing to suffer along with you. Thank you.
My name is Colin Marks, and I'm a sophomore of this school district. I've lived here all my life. I'll write down my name and address. like I've been paying very close attention to what is going on, and yeah, like, and the way this is set up, I think it could be better. Yeah, maybe I didn't understand. But okay. So yeah, like there's like this like wait, sorry. So like you might think that you're talking to a brick wall. Well, when like before because like well this let's start. No, sorry. So we as a community we're trying to find out answers, and I read your letter that addressed the frequently asked questions supposedly, and I was not satisfied. And I saw the board meeting November 18th. I saw that twice on YouTube, and and there are flaws with the way this is set up. Like I believe this should be a dialogue so that you can answer our questions. So like. Like, what I saw in the meeting on November 18th, like I saw a lot of very good points that and they were very interesting, and I did not see them answered in the FAQ. And I don't want, and it's like talking to a brick wall here. And you think that we are a brick wall too. Like, at least some of you that were smiling when the president of the Trenton education, like the president of the Trenton State Education, I think, well, like some of you were like smiling when she was speaking, and like you were not understanding what she was saying, and you were not taking it in. I find it disconcerting, and if possible, I request a dialogue so that you can answer our questions in a way that works. You can state your side, you can state what you have like hidden, or like, because that's what it really seems to be. I really don't like the feeling that we're talking to a brick wall. It should not be this way. And like, I am a new face, so like maybe you would listen to me more. I'm also a sophomore, and also like I hope for the best for these people, and that you would reconsider, and like. Then we are not all misguided as suggested before. Like we are very conscious, and we are not wrong, but at least not entirely.
My name is Fred Cole. I live in Highland Park. I was 40 years an elementary school physical educator in the Old Bridge School District, and I'm currently employed by Kean University as a supervisor for interns in the education department. I want to speak to Mr. Capone and the board about differentiated and individualized instruction, the key to which is listening and engagement. And I don't think, Mr. Capone, that you're listening well to the community up to this point. Your description of the assessment process and your goals and ideas as elicited by the community are those that I've heard for all the years that I've been in education. And you're exactly right about assessment. I heard a speech 2 weeks ago from one of the people from the state who's implementing the assessment process across the state of New Jersey, and what you're talking about is 100% right. There's no question about that. And your goals for the district are the same that you would hear in any district. But if you want to exist in this community and be as effective as what the goals that you're talking about, and bring in that assessment process that you're talking about effectively, you've got to engage and listen and hear the differentiated and individualized thoughts of this community. And tonight was a perfect example of what you don't do well, sir. And I don't think the board does either. And the board, I hope you hear me, I have nothing but respect for you as a lifelong educator, and none of us have ever complained about you at all. Respect is what I have for each of you. But tonight, with the community howling at you, Mr. Capone, if I was assessing you, if you were one of my supervisees, the first thing I would have said to you is you talked right through a talking group. The first poor dynamic of any educator. And you didn't listen, any of you on the board, until this gentleman said, let's stop, no one's listening to us. I think that was your job. No, it's not about clapping. It's not about clapping. It's not about being rowdy. And you're not, you care. It's about listening, and it's about moving forward. And I can only say to the board and to you, sir, that you're going to have an albatross around your neck with this situation. And the community is going to suffer. The community that we like, that we live here because of the educational system and the things that we enjoy about this community, you're going to exist with an albatross around your necks for a long time. And it's going to affect the effectiveness of this school system. You have a chance to gain respect, gain the admiration of the community by rescinding these cuts. The monies can be found. And speaking about money, there's a guy sitting right over there. Yep, raise your hand for a minute. The guy from Rutgers who spoke the last time. He knows what's really going on here. And one of your jobs, folks, I have to say to you, and it's all of our jobs as we sit and cheer piously about and hoot at these people, we need to go to the state of New Jersey and say, where's the money? Because they are systematically devaluing the amount of money that they give us and every community in this state. And I think it's your job, Mr. Capone, to go back to the state and say, well, you implemented this assessment program. You told us we had to do it. So we went and hired an assessment, a data analyst. And I think that's a great idea. You're not the only one who's done it, and you know that. It's a great idea, but the state has to come back with the money to do that. And I want to know what you've done to get back that money that we're saving, that money that just went out of our school system to buy textbooks. When are we going to get that money back? Are you beseeching the state for that money? And I know you can't answer, but that's something that I think you should think about. Rescind these cuts because they're going to hang on you forever in your time in the school system. We need this school system. It's the key component of any town, especially one as coherent and small as this one is. This is 40 years an educator. My kid went to this school. We had a great experience here. We have a two-tier school system, and we all know that. The person who said you're hurting the people who need the most help by taking the people out of the system who are helping those people to get the focus in the right perspective, that's a poor thing to do. Come on, think about it. You can change. Everybody respects changing your mind. Everybody's willing to say, let's give him a new chance. And I'll say to the community, this man is a bright man. He knows what he's talking about. I don't think his judgment has been right in this situation. And if I could say to you also, sir, there is a trend in education to hire young men and young women who know what they're doing. You're a technocrat. But I've dealt with people for years in education as a supervisor and as a baseball coach and as a teacher. And I understand the mistakes that young people make in these positions. I only respect your knowledge, but you need to listen and think about what you're saying. The charges of union busting are also very difficult, and people are starting to say all through the room from different places, the union needs to be strong or your education is weak.
Can you sign in, please?
We're going to move on to,
Oh, no.
oh, I'm sorry.
Do we, can we? What do you want to do? I don't know. I don't know.
Hi, my name is Randy Solomon, and up to this point, I have not been someone that's been calling for you to rescind the RIFs, basically because for every assertion that's been made as to why it was illegitimate, I assume that there were various plausible reasons why it made a lot of sense and things that were driving you to do it. The problem, so I assume that there were reasons that I didn't know. The problem is I still don't know why you did it. So at a certain point, that becomes in itself a problem. And I think we're sort of at a point in this process where the level of scrutiny that you're receiving is well beyond reasonable norms. But you have to recognize that whether it was a coincidence or whether all the allegations are true, you're at a point where to repair the damage, you have to provide information that's well beyond the reasonable norms. You have to do a lot better. And I think I'd like to associate myself with Kim Hammond's remarks where she said, at this point, you really have to show your work. So the community's concerned, and I think at this point with this level of scrutiny, also Mr. Capone, part of your job is to sort of build bridges, explain to people what you did, and sort of provide that extra level of information. And I think your job performance right now is not just the technocratic management of the school, but how you're communicating with people and building those bridges. And so your job performance is going to be legitimately judged on how you're dealing with the situation. I mean, even if all these other things that you did were right, if you're not dealing with this right, that's also a reason really to seriously consider whether or not you're right for the position. So if I give you the benefit of the doubt that each of the things that have happened can be explained, then collectively as the board, you really need to think a little bit more creatively about how to up your game to explain it. I think the strategic plan, going through that, I think the criticisms of it were very legitimate. I think it was pretty tone deaf to think that you could have a conversation about the future, 1 in 3 years, and sort of a generic list of things when people so desperately want to talk about the decisions that were just made. So I think if you're legitimately engaging with people about the key decisions of the school, you'd really be thinking about how do we really explain the nature of the crisis that came about and why we had to make these choices. And we've asked for a couple of things. We asked for some budget detail. The auditor helped, but again, I think we still need to see specifically what was the shortfall, specifically what are you going to spend the funds that were saved from the RIFs on. What's the timing of it? If the timing is for computers for park testing, that's fine, lay it out. We could see a calendar that shows here's when the tests are coming in and here's when the computers are coming in and this is how we need to spend the money. A budget handout would be nice, or you could put it on the web. So I think going forward, if you're going to repair the damage, there's going to have to be some extraordinary efforts to communicate to people and explain your thinking. And again, even if you can't explain the personnel decisions, you can explain the strategy and the policy decisions, I think, better than you have. You can at least try. And I know it's annoying when everyone's in your business, but that's kind of where you find yourself, and I think you really have to explain it. And then I think finally, even if a lot of the things that are being leveled against you are not true, at a certain point, the community is like a team. And I think with, to use a sports analogy, at a certain point, a coach might be a great coach, and maybe they succeeded in other places, and maybe they'll succeed in some place in the future. But if you lose the team, you've lost, and start over somewhere else, and you're pretty close to losing the team. So, I just think even if the decisions that you've made really were justified, you have to really start to think about making extraordinary efforts here to explain it to people or think about how you start over somehow. So thanks.
Hello. My name is Rob Roslevich, 123 Magnolia Street. And I have, I think, only 4 things to hit on. One of the first things is that the board and/or the super, in his frequently responded to questions, stated that Michelle was replacing the assistant supervisor or the supervisor of math and sciences, but she was given a new title. Now, the person that he described her replacing was actually riffed on October 7th. That position was eliminated. So she essentially replaced an eliminated position, but was given a new name as assistant super of curriculum. Now, are the secretaries going to be replaced at the beginning of next year as assistant super secretaries or some other title? Okay. My next question is that we had a lot on the slides tonight about the financial audit, and I think the last time a financial audit was done was back in March, but looking at the agenda from October 21st, there was a statement in there that there would be no budgetary line item exceeded, and yet all of this was done right before the rifts happened. And the understanding that the rifts were occurring because of budgetary reasons, yet none of that was discussed before the rifts, and I'm wondering why the board didn't address the budgetary issues and discuss them with the public prior to eliminating those positions, understandably for budgetary reasons which hadn't been evaluated yet. My next question is that we've seen slides and understand that we have computer needs. Park has an assessment tool. It's an Excel spreadsheet. You enter in about 15 lines. At the end, you enter in, after you enter in your students, the number of days to do testing and the number of computers you already have. It spits out a number at the end. Has anyone done that and determined how many computers we actually need for our schools? And then the next question is, your attorney stated that there was no lack of due diligence and no misrepresentation on Mr. Capone's resume and no lack of due diligence on your own interview process. However, I am just not satisfied with that response. I personally want to understand how we could hire someone who was a principal, and at the end of the year, his contract was not renewed. He was reduced to a social studies teacher in what I understand to be equivalent of a rubber room, and looking for another job. I think it was in Laurel. He was looking to be hired, and then I believe it was a state senator who made a phone call, and then he was no longer in that position, that he was pushed out, as I understand, from the New Jersey DOE, and I want to know what this entails, and I would request that Mr. Capone, last time I requested that you donate your computer, this time I'm going to request that you sign a rights waiver and discuss these issues in front of all of us so we can understand. Thank you.
Hi, my name's, that's loud, Kimberly McGraw, and I live at 117 Park Place. And I just had some questions about the addendum, and I don't know if I missed it or what this means, but it says we're going to eliminate some job descriptions, and then it lists 4 positions, and I'm not sure if that means we're eliminating more people, or if it just means that people's job descriptions are changing. And also, I just wanted to ask this Karen Epps, who's moving, it says involuntary transfer from administrative secretary to Bartle. Is that going to be taking over for Keisha?
Because they're not allowed to have dialogue.
But in the past, the board has always responded to the
I know. I know.
When did this change if the board doesn't respond to the community?
I've been schooled in it before. No dialogue at these meetings.
How many board meetings did I go to that there was a dialogue back and forth? I don't get it.
I think.
Individual liability is at issue.
I think what's happening is that beforehand I said there was a lack of transparency. But slowly but surely everything is becoming quite clear to me. I just looked at this agenda. How dare you treat this community like a chessboard? You're just moving people around. You eliminate positions, bring someone over from Bartle School now in the main office, bring someone back from the high school back into Bartle School. We're not pieces here. They're human beings. Perhaps you don't fully understand that concept. Something that's been irking me since the beginning of the meeting, it disturbs me, and I'm very curious that an attorney for the Board of Education would look at that resume of Mr. Capone's, which I originally opened. Maybe we were looking at a different resume. Would look at that resume and determine that there were no misrepresentations. Are you looking at the same resume I am? Are you aware of all the omissions? I would assume you were, since you're an attorney. Those omissions were less than flattering. No wonder they were omitted from his resume. Maybe we differ in our legal jargon then, because those omissions were obviously intentional. And did you hire someone not knowing of those omissions? God help you if you did. And you, an attorney, looked at that resume and said there were no misrepresentations. Boy, I'd love to show it to a few others.
Excuse me, did you sign in?
It's Helene Rockman.
Yeah. I need it on.
Helene.
Hi, my name is Tina Weisshaus. I live at 143 North 5th Avenue. I've lived in this community for 27 years. I was the PTO president at the middle school and high school for 7 years, and I've gone to umpteen board meetings. And I want you to answer this question. When did a policy get formulated that nobody talks to the community? People are asking questions. They want to know what's on the agenda. They want to understand what they're looking at. I don't get it. I never saw a board operate this way in all the decades that I've been in this community. And it is so disrespectful that you can't even answer. I mean, you don't have to tell us what you're, I don't know, just answer what's on the agenda. The board always dialogued with people. They always, individuals had different positions, and we knew where individuals stood, which is very helpful because it helps you vote the next time there's an election. This is not a Stonewall exercise. This is our town, and the schools are the center of our town. We do not want our property values to go down as the school district deteriorates, because it's all data-driven and testing. And I know it's from the state, but I feel like the board hired a fox to guard the hen house, and you're just digging in and stonewalling. I've been through this before in other very controversial situations when the custodians were privatized. It's not a good way to operate with the community. This is a town that clearly wants to be involved. And if you simply can't even answer what is on the agenda, I don't know what we're doing here.
I'm just signing, I'm not talking, I'm finished. Maybe.
Okay. We're going to move on to the curriculum committee. Dan, please.
The curriculum committee did meet tonight, and we discussed a number of items, some of which are reflected on the agenda. Among them, we discussed the instructional resources that have been purchased.
Who would be interested in that, Dan?
Among them, we discussed the instructional resources that have been purchased recently. There were 23 classes for which textbooks have been purchased. 10 of those classes have been, these are all replacement textbooks. 10 of those, excuse me, if you'd like to have a conversation, please take it outside so that we can continue with our meeting. Thank you. We have regular board business that we have to actually go through. Thank you. So there have been 23 courses for which textbooks have been purchased as replacement textbooks for courses that were currently operating without textbooks. 10 of those courses have had textbooks arrive, and they've been distributed to the staff members. Those classes ranged from being 10 or so books short to being over 50 books short for the students who were enrolled in those courses. There are also 13 courses that, for which textbooks have been purchased but have not yet been received. And those range from about 5 to about 40 students who have been in courses that do not have textbooks. In addition to that, instructional resources for the next school year are beginning to be purchased, or at least book samples are being reviewed at this point. When Michelle Callis is hired in January, she and committees of teachers will be looking to determine what new materials will be used in math and science and other subjects aligned to the Common Core. And in addition to that, I just want to point your attention to number 7 on the curriculum agenda, which is the approval of the LEGO Club, which is actually the LEGO Engineering Robotics Program. That program was approved, I think, 2 board meetings ago, and is funded very generously by a grant from HPEF of over $1,700. So with that, I'd like to move items 2 through 6 with an amendment to number 7.
Is there a second? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And number 7, that should be not the LEGO Club, but it should be the LEGO Engineering/Robotics Program. So it's LEGO Engineering/Robotics Program. Yes. Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Can we have a roll call, please?
Yeah. You move, you
Were there more items to move?
No, there's a roll call. Just waiting for it.
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's under me.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Ms. Pointer-Titus?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman?
Sorry, yes.
Adam, could we have the finance
You're
committee
aware that
report?
there's up to items, I only heard 1 through 7.
2 through 16, I said.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that.
Oh,
we all didn't hear
Oh,
that.
no,
I
sorry.
got 2 through 6.
Yeah,
2 through 16?
16, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, all right,
Yep.
then my confusion
Sorry.
is...
The finance committee met tonight. We met at 5:30 with the auditor, and we discussed the future budgetary needs of the district and concerns that he has with our overall future in terms of our long-term budget goals. We also discussed the direct install program sponsored by PSE&G, which will be happening at Irving School. We also discussed the lights in the Bartow School as well, and improving them to become more efficient, in addition to the direct install program that has already happened. We also discussed the ROD grants. We're awaiting final approval for a $1.2 million window replacement project at Bartow School, which will be paid 40% of it by the state and 60% by the district's capital reserve fund. In addition, we also discussed the high school auditorium and expansion of the upper deck of the auditorium. We are gathering proposals right now to figure out which is the best price and feasibility to do it. I wanted to congratulate the Bartow School principal and the Bartow School program for receiving the Healthy Schools Bronze Award. We got an update on that today in the Finance Committee. We also discussed a grant that the Board of Education accepted earlier this year, the New Jersey Healthier Schools program. Teachers have participated in the first professional development for that program, and Sean from the program has met with our food services providers in an effort to provide healthier foods to our students. With that, I would like to move items 2 through, where am I going to? 19.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa? Yes. Ms. Berkowitz? Yes. Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Ms. Pointer Titus?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Chandra, could we have the Personnel Committee report, please?
Yes, personnel did meet tonight. Amongst the items we discussed were medical leaves, maternity leaves, the job descriptions, and with regret, resignation of the Irving principal. I'd like to move items 2 through 11 on the agenda and 12 through 21 on the addendum.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Chandra, can you explain, Can you explain the titles, whether we're just eliminating titles, or can you clarify that?
Yeah, so, and that's under 14. The items that we are eliminating are job titles of positions that we currently don't hold. As I understand it, it's really not necessary in having these titles in our, in our current policies, or you can explain it a little better, Tim. Because no one's holding these positions, they're not necessary to be on our items. So they're not actually jobs that are eliminated, they're specifically titles that are eliminated that we currently don't have.
We're in the process of cleaning up a number of things. One of them is the job descriptions. And so we have a list of jobs as we're going through that don't exist. The one, number 16, was just a clarification. You can see that there was a director of athletics in number 14, which was an administrative position. Number 16 was listed as supervisor of athletics, but that's the 60-40 split between athletic director and teaching that we actually use. And so the name is athletic coordinator.
Thank you.
And it's my understanding that we're going to continue to sort of, go through our policies and our structure and really sort of fine tune everything.
Okay, any other questions? Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Ms. Pointer Titus?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
There is no president's, policy, I'm sorry, Ann. How about that policy committee?
Well, the policy committee did not meet tonight, but I would like to actually read into the agenda a policy for first reading. It is the technology use policy that we have agreed to review periodically. So, and it's policy 2363. Thank you. So we're going to read it into the agenda tonight for first reading. The board could take. It is. I'm sorry. It is in the board. It is on our website. It is in your folders in Google Docs. So if you can take a look at it and make any changes for the next meeting, so that we can pass it for second reading, that would be great.
There's no changes to this one?
Yeah, there are some changes that the curriculum committee made to it at this. It's not exactly the same as it was before.
Okay.
So, yeah, changes have been made.
Were they in the doc prior, or you made them? Did you make them?
We'll put the updated. Someone will put the updated document in the board folders.
So you're asking us to support?
We're moving it for first reading. We're not passing.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no, I understand, yeah. Okay. We don't need to do that.
No, that's, and so with that, I would like to, so that's now going to be item 2.
Item 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion, questions?
I just have, I mean, this is a question on procedure, not trying to bust anybody's chops, but does it make sense to pass this for first reading when it's not in our, I mean, this is just procedural question. Can we pass this for first reading if we don't have it?
It's only by,
we only have to
we only have to pass by title.
Yes, we do this all the time. The committee that's in charge of the policy reviews it. It goes through.
I mean, I know first reading we're not passing it,
right.
so we have the opportunity to read it, but this is.
We only have to pass it by title only.
Okay. All right.
But
just passing it for first reading so that we can review it and get you the feedback at our next meeting. Okay.
This is not how we do it.
Anything else? Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Ms. Pointer Titus?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Abstain.
There is no president's report. Is there any old business?
We don't do a policy like that.
Is there any new business? Well, we have to finish that.
Do you want it?
Do we want to?
Do you want to?
We don't want to finish that.
But we do need to, why don't we take care of the statement of opposition and the resolution, please? Let's make sure we've done that.
You can read
it? Do we need to read it in?
No.
Well, the public doesn't really know what you're reading or what you're discussing.
Put it in the record.
You gotta discuss.
May I just describe?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to read it if I can get to it. That's
Well,
like
I mean,
my
you can
issue.
just discuss it as an item of new business. You don't have to read it.
Okay. We have hold on, give me a second.
It's been a long night.
So what we're doing is we have a resolution that is opposing the expansion of Hatikva Charter School in East Brunswick, and we also have a statement of opposition that goes with that for the charter school. Now, Do you want me to read these? Just the statement.
Just read it.
What?
No, sorry.
Okay. The Hatikva International Academy Charter School, located in East Brunswick, New Jersey, has recently applied to the New Jersey Commissioner of Education to expand its enrollment rates. The board understands that Hatikva was originally established in 2010 with an approved 240 student enrollment rate. Under the Hatikva Charter, 90% of those students were to come from the East Brunswick School District. In 2012, the Commissioner of Education approved an increase in student enrollment at Hatikva to 273 students. Although 90% of its students are required to be East Brunswick residents, Hatikva has recruited heavily within the Highland Park School District and has essentially become a de facto regional and/or statewide charter school. Currently, there are 20 Highland Park residents attending Hatikva International Academy Charter School. Over the past 4 years, Highland Park residents' attendance at Hatikva International Academy has cost the board approximately $472,360. For the 2013-14 school year specifically, the board is only responsible for the tuition costs of 13 of the 20 residents attending Hatikva, approximately $204,783. Next year, the board will be responsible for the tuition payment of all 20 students, which will result in a drastic increase in the projected tuition payments. There are also a high number of Highland Park residents currently on Hatikva's wait list. In total, there are approximately 398 students on the wait list from 38 school districts. 36 of those students are Highland Park residents. As such, Highland Park School District has the second highest number of residents on the Hatikva wait list, second only to East Brunswick, where Hatikva is located. As stated, Hatikva has recently proposed to the Commissioner of Education that its school be expanded to a grade K through 8 school with an increased enrollment of 600 students, consisting of approximately 75 students at each grade level. In light of the fact that there are already 20 Highland Park residents attending Hatikva and currently 36 residents on the wait list, and approval of such expansion could result in approximately 56 Highland Park residents attending Hatikva next year. The current diversion of funds from the Highland Park School District to Hatikva is threatening the competitiveness of the district's educational offerings through the reduction of funds. This threat will only grow more substantial if the Commissioner grants Hatikva's expansion, as it will result in an increased number of students attending Hatikva instead of remaining within the Highland Park School District. The board wishes to maintain the excellence of its educational offerings and outcomes, as the approval of Hatikva expansion would be contrary to NJSA 18A:36A-16E, as it would have an overall negative impact on the district's students, staff, parents, educational programs, and finances. The board resolves to oppose the Hatikva proposed expansion and submit such opposition to the Commissioner of Education. Okay. Does anybody have any comments on this?
I have a question. Where did this come from, all this information? Was it written by?
The East Brunswick Board of Education passed a similar resolution. This was adapted to Highland Park by Sherry's office.
Yeah.
Can you give us a dollar amount for what that total number of students looks like coming out of our budget next year?
If we are at 20 now and we might add 36.
We're paying 200 for 13.
We're 205 right now, approximately, for 13.
And we're looking at a total number of?
We're tripling that.
Yeah. Over 500. Just over the 1 year, over last year, it went up 48%.
So we're looking at potentially over $500,000 to charter schools next year.
And as
Just
at
for
least
this. Just for this.
More like
If all of those students were accepted.
Yeah. Right. And as the auditor said, the charter school bill is about 1/4 of our allowable tax increase. Now.
So what will it be next year
Exactly.
when it's over $500,000?
Right, we're at 326,707 right now.
It'll be more than 100% of our tax increase.
Right. Yeah, it'll be
So
more.
our entire tax increase next year will go to pay for charter tuition.
More than,
If all students.
Right. Assuming more than $326,000 go to charter schools, which represents about 1% of our budget, or our expenditures.
Okay, any other comments? Could we have a?
Do you want it, if you want to? No. So does somebody need to move that? Yeah, so moved.
Second. Well, I think somebody actually has to make a motion.
I move to move I move to accept the charter school the opposition to charter school. Oh. I move items 2 on B on the old,
There it is.
old business.
I second the motion.
I was up to 5:30 writing a paper last night, guys.
Could we have the roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Ms. Pointer Titus?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr.
sorry.
Sherman?
Yes.
Is there any other new business?
I just wanted to address the idea of the conversation regarding communications, which has obviously been a big one with the board. We had a small meeting about how we could improve
Under a
our...
quorum, by the
What's
way.
that?
Under a quorum.
Under a quorum. It did not violate any sunshine laws. About how we could improve district and board communication with the public. And Adam, if you would like to speak about it?
Yeah,
or,
you know, Dan had brought up a great idea about how to, and Jesse as well, and actually pretty much every board member has discussed communications. And we're talking in comparing our communications with the town's communications and seeing how we could incorporate with them and learn from them as well. Dan and I wanted to bring to the board the idea of creating an ad hoc communications committee, which would represent a board member, a member of the borough, and each president of the boards of the PTOs. So it would be a small committee to look at communication tactics, communication tools, and ways to improve it across the district and incorporate it with the community.
And an administrator.
And an administrator.
How about a teacher?
Yeah, administrator. And yeah, an administrator and teacher. Yeah, that's a great addition.
I would just say, I think that's a great idea. I would just, I know a lot of committees that we have that involve parents meet during the day, and I know the principals committee meets during the day. I would just urge you to make this a committee where working parents and working people in the community can actually come.
Well, we envision it as being the PTO presidents.
They have jobs too.
I know, but it would be the committee's responsibility to organize a mutually agreeable meeting.
So I think it's a neat idea. Could you articulate a little bit more, not better, because I think so far it sounds good, but just a little bit more about what we would be charging this committee to do and what time frames we would sort of set on it so that we could get some feedback from them and figure out how to put stuff in action?
So I mean, I think we suffer from an imbalance in our ability to respond in a timely manner at the same speed at which the community can raise concerns. And I think that's sort of a natural process based on the legal obligations that we have and, the fact that we have to be very careful about the things that we do say. And so the question then is, how is it that other districts have been successful or more successful at getting information out to the public in a way that is timely and seems timely to the public? And so I think we've had a lot of conversations in the past about, newsletters or this kind of thing or that kind of thing, and all of those things are very sort of broad strokes. Every 2 months something would come out, and we're clearly not in a similar situation at this moment in time. And Adam has been a very strong proponent rather of using social media in some respect. We have had concerns about that in the past as well, but this is actually a growing trend among districts, and Woodbridge is one example.
Princeton Board of Education, somebody that Darcy showed me, and other members of the community as well.
Right, and so I mean, it is not going to be the case that the board will ever be able to respond to every single question or concern from the community within an hour, right? And I don't think that that's actually what people really reasonably would expect. But I think that we do need to have a better mechanism with which to engage the community, provide information in a timely manner in a way that's easily digestible, and comes with approval from the administration and also meets criteria that representatives from the public think make that information sufficient.
Yeah.
And useful to them, because there is also we've put information out on this board that we thought was good information, and it was not well received, and so there's an imbalance there, or there's a gap there that we need to bridge in some way, And so I think having people involved from the borough who have been involved in communications, and also parent advocates and PTO members or other folks from the community who want to be engaged in this process, I think would help us and would help the community find a more reasonable way to communicate the concerns that we have. So that's sort of what led us to have this conversation, and Adam had the idea for the ad hoc committee and sort of the membership of it. And so, I think what we'd like to do is sort of, get the board's feedback about whether that the board thinks in general that that's a good idea. And then I think we would try to move quickly to try to set something up and actually set a date for a meeting and try to get some people involved. We've got people who have good communications backgrounds who have helped the borough bridge this gap, who are willing to help us in our endeavor. And I think we would find very willing parents and PTO folks who are also interested in helping us solve or improve this situation. Yeah.
I'm a little
like a good idea to me.
confused, honestly, how it just kind of seems more of the same, honestly. And I guess I have questions of, I see the individuals that you're identifying within that group, but then how are you going to engage people who don't speak? And how is this going to be different from any other group that's been formed?
Yeah.
And how are you going to hear everybody's voice?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see how this is actually going to be different. It just seems like another pod of people doing the same exact thing.
Sure. So I mean, I understand that, and we haven't figured out the way to do that, and we've all talked to people that work in schools everywhere, and there are groups of people, populations within particular towns that aren't engaged, that are very hard to get engaged, that are very hard to get information to, that sort of thing. I think what's true though is that more and more people, regardless of demographics or those sorts of things, use social media in a way. For example, everybody checks their Facebook page or their Twitter page, for example, right? I mean, within reason. My mother doesn't check her Facebook page, but right, most sort of younger people do. And so rather than relying on a system that is predicated on people visiting a website, for example, right, like the hpschools.net website, like we could make that the best website in the world, and no one would go to it because not a lot of people go to it.
Or the paperless program.
But right, I mean, so the idea would be to try to figure out a way, right? And I don't know if it's going to be successful, but certainly we haven't done very well so far, and I don't see any harm in attempting a different kind of approach. And I think if you have suggestions as to how we could get some of those folks that you're speaking about on board, or if you can think about ways of doing that, I think that would be great. I know that there are some superintendents who tweet. There are some board presidents who use Twitter as well, Facebook, whatever it is. These are methods that have been used to galvanize communities around particular issues, and I think they can also be used to affect positive change from a board side or from an organizational side. So, my sense is we should try it, and if people have other ideas about how things can change, I think we would all love to hear them, because we need ideas right now, right? I think we all realize that, there's an information deficit, and we need to provide some way to fill that.
We haven't examined communication, really. We've talked about it at this table. It's never really gotten beyond that.
We often run into the problem of how are we going to communicate with everyone, how are we going to get into those pockets, and I think right now the community thinks we're communicating with nobody, so
Right.
let's start with something.
So we have the PTO, which is set up as parent advocates, and that's where we thought was a great place to start. They represent all parents.
But in truth, who comes to the PTO meetings?
Right, exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it's doing something different, but still talking to a wall, like the kids said.
It's doing something. though.
right?
It's doing something,
what do you
it's
wanna
doing
do?
it in a different form, right? But it's still the same thing. So whether we're at a board meeting or we're twittering or tweeting or whatever that's called, it's still the same pot of individuals.
I mean, so I work in a school, and I have, you know, the demographics of the district that I work in are, you know, they're wildly varied, right? Socioeconomically, ethnically, culturally, et cetera. And I would imagine that every single kid in all of my classes has a Facebook page and uses Twitter, probably uses Instagram, probably uses Snapchat.
While you're teaching.
Right? Probably while I'm teaching, right? But, right, this is sort of a reality of our current day. Now, maybe all of their parents don't necessarily use those things, right? But, you know, we're talking about a market that we have not engaged with at all. And so if we try it and it does nothing, then, you know, we've spent some time trying it and, you know, it didn't work out, but we tried it. The way that we have been producing information for public consumption is just not sufficient.
I think
right? I think we all sort of agree. I think, you know, those of you who are still sitting here at 12:25 would agree, right? And so the question then is, how do we do that better? And I think, you know, this is a potential way forward. If you think there's a better way, then I think that's great, and I would love to hear that.
We just need a way.
Yeah, I think
we can go away from this meeting and sleep on it, and we can think about it in more ways, but we need a way. We need a little kernel.
And I think you have the right point, is that we got to do something and then we can build on it.
That's right.
If it doesn't work the way we want it to work, we build on it, we fix it, we move it forward. But we have to start somewhere unless somebody has a better idea.
But I do think we should set some priorities. And the priorities could be to get in touch with people that don't.
That is a clear priority of this board. It is a goal of this board, and we've spoken about it.
To get a working group together to do some social media.
But that priority that you spoke about has been spoken about at this board table. I would not want to put parameters on the committee, let them, you know, come to where they're going to go. But that's a clear priority of this board. We've spoken about it hundreds of
And
times.
Claire, if you can think of anyone, I think, who reaches those pockets, or you, Chandra, who can reach those pockets, get them involved too. Because we need to reach those people. We need to reach everybody, but we have to start with something as soon as possible.
And I'll just give you, I mean, not to belabor this point, but, you know, I'm a supervisor, but I also teach one class, and I use Remind 101, which is a service that I use to push out information to my students. And, you know, this is a very simple opt-in service, right? Where, you know, there's information that I put on my chalkboard on the first day, and all of my students, I said, take your cell phones out and text this number, right? And they do, and they get added to a list. And then from that point, if I have assignments, if I have reminders, anything that I want, I send it to them. They get it on their phone. I get it on my phone. So at, 12 o'clock on Sunday, I get a reminder that my class has homework, so I look at my phone because I think something interesting is happening, and it's a homework reminder from my students, for my students. So, something simple like that even is just a way to get information out. Now, that's obviously not ideal for, a situation where there's really substantive information that needs to be, transmitted, but it's something, right? It's the idea of, trying to find some way.
Yep. All right, so you want to...
So I would move that we sort of move forward in this process of trying to form an ad hoc committee to explore communications between the district and the community.
Oh, I'll second that, yeah.
Do we do a roll call with this?
Can we call it a task force?
You want task force? No, I like ad hoc.
You like that better than subcommittee?
I'm sorry, we're inviting members of the public to participate, and we need to get advice and guidance from them, and ultimately they're going to bring stuff back to us that we as a board are going to have to talk about. I know that sounds goofy, but...
But yeah, let's...
Is that okay?
Sure, because...
You want to call it goofy?
No, I want to call it a task force.
Motion to form a communications task force to improve the dialogue between the board,
public, and municipality. Right?
The board, the administration, and the community.
Is it to form it or to explore forming it?
Form it.
You've said two different things.
Form
well, we don't have the members, right?
It would be
would have to,
yeah.
we would have to outline exactly who we would want. So I think we're exploring the formation of it.
So should that go in the motion?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it seems
Let's form the thing. We're going to form it.
Yeah, we're forming it with
We'll
the
figure it out.
representation of one board member, one teacher. Do we want to stipulate?
Can we just talk
No.
about this
Yeah.
after we've thought about it?
Yeah.
You don't want to do it.
You want to put this off till January?
Just,
I'm asking a question. I'm not.
we don't need to
just asking you
stipulate
a
who's on
question.
it. Let's just form a stupid committee.
We can form the committee, but I don't want to make parameters around it because we haven't thought about it.
Why don't we why don't we make the first parameter that if you're going to form a committee, we should probably get some guidance, a task force. They should come back to us with their ideas of what they should be doing. It's really late.
Let's form our task force. You guys go.
I moved it, and Dan moved it. I'm ready to.
Yeah, we're ready for roll.
Can we hear what it says, please?
Well, it'll say, I move that the Board of Education accept the recommendation of the superintendent to form a communication task force to improve dialogue between the board, the administration, and the community. Anything further? That's what I got out of it.
I can be comfortable with that.
Okay, could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Ms. Pointer-Titus?
I like the idea, and so I want it to be successful, so I say yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Roth?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Is there any other new business?
I have a couple things. I'm sorry. Your discussion of the communication task force. One of the things I started thinking about I've been thinking about this a lot because we've all been getting lots of input from members of the community about what's been. Sorry. Hello, everybody. Hi. Something I've been thinking about a lot up until tonight and certainly into tonight, all this input that's coming in, and one of the big criticisms I was hearing tonight, among many of them, certainly one that I feel like I could think about in a positive way, is the communications process that we're following in our public meetings. And I understand that we're a public body and that we have guidelines that we have to follow, and I don't feel fully knowledgeable about all of the rules that we have to follow. I'm not suggesting we have to have that conversation tonight, but something that I would like to put on the table as something for us to discuss is how we proceed as a board in public. You know, when the public comments, I do think that I think 90% of what we heard tonight was people commenting, and it was questions that were meant to be rhetoric in nature, and they were giving us the input that we need so that we can think about how we need to proceed. And I think that was a lot of it, but I think that, and my measure of 90% may be off somewhat, whatever the number is. But it seems that there are some people asking questions that deserve, some of which deserve to be answered in some reasonable time frame. I don't know what the reasonable time frame, because some questions you simply can't answer immediately. You just can't. You don't have all the information in front of you. Other questions seem like they might deserve a quick response. Just to say, yeah, we're actually paying attention to you, and I heard the question. And I mean, for example, a member of the community tonight said, and what about, on the addendum I see that there's this motion to approve the elimination of job descriptions. You know, we didn't respond to her, and when she was asking the question about this, it seems to me that in that particular example, this is a for example, it wouldn't have been unreasonable to respond to the speaker. And again, this goes to procedure. We have our attorney here. Maybe she can help me understand this too. I don't think it would have been a horrible thing to have said, yeah, it's on the agenda and we're going to be talking about it. Stick around and you'll hear what we have to say as one answer. I mean, that's one possible answer. Another possible answer is, we're getting ahead of ourselves. There's a lot of other examples. That was an example of something that was perhaps simple. I think that, I don't think we don't want our board meetings to turn into a massive back and forth where nothing constructive is taking place. I mean, I think I would say I don't want that to take place. I think this is a meeting of the board. We have to listen to the public. We have to take their input. We have to figure out how to use it. We have to figure out how to make good decisions. I mean, I've been at the podium speaking to the board, and I've been in that situation where I've felt frustrated by the lack of feedback coming from the board. I don't know how to resolve it. I'm just asking the question.
We can. Well, can I just say one thing?
I just want to talk a little bit about the public comment period, because I was going to do that before you go to your next one. But basically, the public comment period is just that. It's a period for public comment. I understand there's a lot of emotions. People come up. They have a lot of frustrations. They have things they want to say. They have questions, rhetorical or not, they want to ask. In terms of the policies and the procedures, particularly when you have a lengthy public comment period, if you try to engage in conversation with every person, first of all, the board is a body, and any one individual board member can't speak on behalf of the board in response to any question. So the board, just because the board isn't responding doesn't mean that the board is not listening, and the board does prospectively give input or feedback based upon the concerns and the questions that are raised. For example, the issue about the job descriptions was then addressed in the appropriate time in the meeting. Sometimes, and it's not in a setting where you have hundreds of people waiting in line to make a comment, you might be able to quickly answer a question out of turn, but then where do you draw the line in terms of which questions do you answer and not answer? So generally, as a rule, the public comment period is for the purpose of public comment, and you are addressing the items that come up either in the agenda in the meeting, or you're addressing them, say, for example, things that you need to take into account at the next meeting, such as I think you did from the prior meeting. You came today and you made some statements in response to some concerns that had been raised. So in order for the board to actually formulate a response to a question as a body, they would have to have considered it and respond. If it's a simple question that can be answered, it might be able to be answered in the way that you suggested, such as we're going to get to that at a later point in the agenda. Certainly that's fine. But as a rule, I don't think you can't be in the procedure of having questions asked and answered every time of every public comment period. Because sometimes you may have one or two people, but many times you have 100, and then where do you distinguish what you're doing?
Well,
I mean, generally, all inquiries or all comments are supposed to be addressed to the chair or the board president. And if there's a need for someone else to be asked to respond, they could be at a particular moment. Generally, you're just accepting input and going to respond at some future point.
I'm about to disagree with you.
Okay, you can.
I understand the rules, but I could not agree with what Tina Weishaus said earlier. More. I've been on this board 8 years. I've answered hundreds of questions. This board, we do need to answer questions. We can answer them. We should answer them. We can.
I'm not saying you can't answer a question like that. I'm saying then where do you stop?
I understand what you're saying, but it is what I know about Highland Park. What I love about Highland Park is that this board has always responded, and I know not everybody feels that way. Because let me tell you, the 9 out of 10 times, the answer to most questions is we don't have the answer, because this board is not we're a lay board. We're not expected. We don't do the day-to-day operations of the district. We're a policy-making body, but we do need to respond to questions asked to us. And I, as never being the board president, have responded. You have responded. We all have responded to questions.
So, but I mean, there's clearly, there's a difference between every board meeting that I've been at since I've been on the board and the last 2, right? So, every single board meeting that I've been at in the last 3 years, there have been between 0 and 5 people at, maybe 10 on, you know,
on
recognition day, right? And so, you know, when there are very few people and they are asking very few questions, right, it does seem reasonable that we can respond to those questions. But, I mean, if we can, right, I mean, if there are things that we can speak about, right? But I think the concern, you know, to paraphrase, is that, you know, if we answer one question, and I'm not saying that this is how I feel or I'm advocating for a particular point. I'm just saying, you know, if we answer one question, the next person gets up and asks us a question, right? The next person asks us a question. Are there times where we don't respond? Do we respond to every single question? If we respond to one, do we have to respond to every single question? Are there, I mean, and I don't know the answer to this, and I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just saying that, you know, a meeting where there's 2.5 hours of public comment, it's a very different sort of scenario, right? Than a meeting where there's, you know, 5 public commenters in the first session and the 3 of them do, you know, make another public comment in the second session about the same things they spoke about in the first one.
What I always, and I know this is philosophical and it's emotional, but for me, because I just always felt like we board members would advocate for their positions, not necessarily as the full board, but as individual board members, and engage. And I feel like we've been doing that for years, and we've strayed away from that. Like the woman who came and spoke about special education and her child, we had every board member here knows we had every single answer to that question. I was on the edge of responding because I had the answers.
Well, I think that the community saw us all on the edge of responding, but...
That's what Highland Park does. That's what we do. We need to get back to that.
But Tim had addressed it in his comments.
But it's a community member. It's a constituent of ours.
But Tim had said a whole thing about
So
special ed.
we reiterate. We take 30 seconds to reiterate it.
You know, so, I mean, but what do we do if people?
And we're here till 12:30.
So
Who cares?
much information, and there's still people ask the same.
But it's
question.
not good enough for them. And I understand. If you were in that position, you might.
When you're passionate about something and you are preparing yourself to speak about something you are passionate about, you don't always listen. It's hard. I mean, I have spoken at that podium before and hyperventilated and nearly passed out because I'm on TV all of a sudden and I care very deeply about something. It is very hard, and you do want an answer. I want to be able to answer everybody, I really do. But I also take Dan's point that in a 2.5-hour meeting, especially when emotions are very high, we need to be measured. I wonder sometimes if we can't move new business up so that we can walk away from a meeting and we can digest and come up with the answers and find them, and in the next meeting, and unfortunately we don't meet as often as the community wants us to. You guys would love for us to meet once a week so we can answer your questions every Monday night and we can do whatever, but we don't. But it would be nice to move new business up so that we could use that time to have that conversation about the questions that came up at the last meeting. Instead, we have this new business time right now at the very end when it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, nobody's here, and we're talking about the things that have...
You guys are here. You guys are here.
There's 4 over there.
This is actually a bit higher than an average. This is higher than an average board meeting anyway, right? So you know.
But the problem is that this new business comes at the very end. This is when we are allowed to have a dialogue. This is it. Everybody else is usually asleep when we're having this dialogue. Well, not with them, but in
we can talk to. We can answer any question. The fact that I've been on this board for 8 years. As I said, we've answered questions. We've gone through different presidents who have different styles. Not one is better than the other. Not one is different. They're just different. We need to answer questions not only one person. Each individual board member should engage in the discussion. We should let questions start discussion at the board. We should, during public comment, we should be able to, you and I, Dave Copperman and I used to sit across from each other 6 years ago and go edit about technology or about curriculum. We would shake hands at the end of every meeting. Sharon and I would go edit against things. We would discuss different things. You know, Ann and I go edit against different things. We shake hands at the end of it.
But we still do that when we have, after we go through the agenda items and then we say if there's any discussion, we'll go through that. And I do agree with you, Adam. I think there are, and you can see both sides. It is a public comment, and we should be listening, and we should be respectful, and we should get the respect that we deserve also, so people can say what they have to say, and then we can respond to it the next time. But sometimes there is something that does require an immediate, sensitive, considerate response, and just to say something quickly, whether we're going to talk about it later or whether we can, call someone tomorrow, or someone will clear this up for you tomorrow, or it was discussed in a previous thing. I don't think to take a couple seconds, and not for everything, I understand that, especially, the way things have been lately. But just to adjust certain things to just address briefly, I think.
But also even just to say thank you for your,
Well, and I think a lot of us
we
sit
do.
up here because we've been on the other side and we've been frustrated. And that's one of the reasons, I ran for the board, because I've been on the other side and I'm frustrated. So yes, I agree that the public does deserve, but sometimes in a 2.5-hour meeting, in order to allow everyone to speak that wants to speak, we do have to sort of allow that process to take place.
Okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We will.
Okay. I don't know how much more there is to talk about it. I understand what you said. Thank you, Sherry, for your input on the process. At least that explains a little bit better about why we're trying to follow the process that we're following. And maybe we can talk about this at our next board meeting in old business. To try to figure out if there is a better way for us to do this. What you say, Dan, is absolutely true. It's very difficult when you have as much public comment as we're getting in evenings like these to talk about responding to every single question and where do you draw the line. And most of the questions that are substantive questions do deserve more than, they deserve, somebody needs to go back and answer those. They need to actually go back and do the research, answer the question. They're not quick one-offs. I get that. And I'm just trying, this is an emotional response. People are having an emotional response to, they're talking to a brick wall. And I understand that. I can totally sympathize with that emotional response. I've been in positions like that before, and I would like us to be able to figure out how to manage that response, manage that feeling a little bit, and help people really feel a little bit more. I'm not articulating myself well.
No, you are. You are.
To help people feel that when they're speaking here at these board meetings that they are engaging with us. And I don't know, I'm not suggesting I have the answer. I'm throwing it out there as something we can all think about. Maybe at the next board meeting we can have it on our agenda to talk about an old business. What are things that we could do as a board, as board members, to approach this time frame of the interaction, meaning the public comment meeting with us, in a way that, I certainly was listening tonight. I don't think I have a true recording of everything going on, but I certainly was paying attention tonight. I hope people thought I was paying attention tonight. I hope they thought all of us were paying attention tonight. I
read every single
People's
email.
Emotions are running high. I get that. But I just think that talking about our communications process, talking about the communications task force, I think there is a piece of the puzzle is sitting right here in this meeting. I'm not saying that it's a huge, major solution. I just think I think it might be meaningful for us to think about that for a period of time. So maybe we could talk about that at Old Business at the next meeting.
Sounds good.
And I want everybody to know, we've read every single email that's come. I don't want to speak for everybody. We've gotten every single email and seen what everybody has said. Those don't go unanswered or unseen.
Okay, is there any other new business? Tim, I think we can get this information up on the website and do a presentation. The Highland Park Board of Education will welcome, everybody's done, right? Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments. Does anybody want to get up and speak?
Yes, I would. Let me just write my name down again. I think I forgot the first time, so I'm just going to insert it here.
Gary, I think you might set the record for the latest person to ever speak it. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying I think we're going to put it in the book, so I'll check the records.
I think I've been on board meetings that have gone almost to 2 o'clock in the morning at times, before all you were on the board. My name is it's Gary Mitchell, 226 Lincoln Avenue, Highland Park, where most of us are from. I have just a couple questions and a couple comments. I'm going to focus on what was on the second part of the agenda, not try to go back to anything that we discussed earlier. And I would just note that, as you said, Adam, there's 1:45, and there's still about 25, actually, I think 35 by my count, of people in the attendance, in addition to you in your thankless jobs here. It's a question actually for the attorney, as I guess I said. I'm confused, I guess, in what I heard both Ms. Bull said and what the attorney said. The attorney, I understand, represents the board as a body. Am I correct in that? That you're here in that capacity? And you don't represent the superintendent in any capacity, correct? Then I find it troubling why you would have a legal opinion read by Ms. Bull, if that's what it was intended to be, that would absolve the superintendent of any incorrectness, because that's a position that would seem to me legally, and I speak in various hats. In my day job, I speak as an attorney with a coat and tie on. In my evening job, I speak as a community activist or something, so sometimes an element of the fringe in Highland Park sometimes. But I would be concerned as a board to have an attorney bless the members' actions individually and as an entity, and give a complete pass to at least the resume that I saw. And you heard several attorneys speaking at this podium tonight, very eloquent, far more than I, about that. Because, and that's why I'm concerned with the legal opinion of the attorney given in a public session. And I would think the attorney perhaps has a conflict now. And I would ask you to consider the fact that possibly that you or your firm is now conflicted out of representing the board. Because you have provided an opinion in public that absolves the superintendent, where there may be potential liability and litigation of which you should be aware involving his credentials. So I think that's a legal opinion that you ought to consider with the board as your client, and consider whether in fact you can continue to represent the board. That's my first comment, and I guess a question for the board and their counsel. Given also that the attorney vouched for each of you as individuals in doing your due diligence in hiring Mr. Capone, I would think, certainly if I was on the board, I might be concerned about my individual liability, because you're dealing with public funds. You've made decisions involving the lives of individuals, involving public funds, at a meeting on November 4th, in which you devoted far less time to the discussion of budgetary resources and the budget and RIFs, which are not personnel decisions, not to be confused with something that needs a Rice letter. And I speak in language that attorneys, and hopefully the board understands when I use a reference like a Rice letter. But you speak in terms of public choices, riffing positions, eliminating positions, saying a certain position is unneeded. That's a lot of money. And to the extent that those were not done in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, not done and not made, the decisions were made behind closed doors, and frankly you had discussion that I just heard for the last hour about far more frivolous subjects. And I don't mean to demean that, but John Stewart would have had a field day with this. That you discussed communication problem as if what you did is a communication problem with this community. It's not. The community is not emotional, and the issue is not communication. From my vantage, the issue is substantive decision-making and judgments that were exercised in the expenditures of public monies. People fight in court over those things.
right? That's real lives being affected. And to the extent you made discussions involving the expenditures of public monies in private, and you have a session like this, videotaped and all, that shows you gave more discussion to how you can communicate with the public, or how you can approve a resolution. I forget the first resolution you approved, and I think Adam was the one who abstained on it. A resolution in which you haven't even read. It sounds like the House of Representatives, right? Which you haven't even read something, and you all voted except for Adam. You got a version of it, and it got modified. At least that's how it seemed to me in the audience. I may be wrong on that, but that's how it seemed to me. But you devoted a heck of a lot of time and discussion to that, to all those topics. But I think the hundreds of people who've turned out for the last 2 meetings, and I bet you will continue to turn out. So those of you who had not had the experience in Highland Park of a conflicted community and a community that you are tearing apart will have the experience of this again and again and again. Not that we welcome that, and not that we want to be here until 2 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning. But to the extent you're playing with people's lives and decisions you make in a back room, when your attorney should be able to tell you those are decisions you should make in public, and have a discussion about the pros and cons of riffing positions. Just like I think, to get to the addenda items on here, just like I think you should have a public discussion and not just approve 17 to 21 or whatever it was that Ms. Bull moved. When you are approving job descriptions, why is that? Why are job descriptions being moved? And there was a lot of speculation. You heard from, I think, Tina and Tina Weisshaus and one other person here tonight. One question about that, and I certainly didn't hear any answers to those. And specifically, you have some that I would ask for an answer to. You have some positions that are involuntary transfers and voluntary transfers. I think that devoted some, that warranted some discussion. What's the difference? Is somebody being forced to do something? So that's a matter of public discussion that you voted on without any explanation to the public of why. And as for the job descriptions, I would like to know, what is the revised job description that you are approving? It's not on the sheet. It's not on this addendum. All you have is the action you're taking. I move that the Board of Education accept the recommendation of the Superintendent to approve the revised job description of Family Community Coordinator. That's one that I'd like to know what it says. I'd like to know if it really says it's what the person in the teen center was. Okay, I see Adam shaking his head, okay. But that's what you raise without the kind of discussion that this community is used to. Yeah. As Adam said, you allow rumor among educated, highly educated, vocal people who are committed to be out of here at this ridiculous hour of the night, and not just to harangue you, not just to say you made a bad decision somewhere, but because people care. And you saw 300 or so people out here tonight again, and there were 150, 200 people in the basement of the Reformed Church on Saturday night. Okay? Nobody wants to unseat anybody on the board. Nobody wants to spend half of the next 6 months of their life getting petitions signed and taking them around. But if you shut this community out, and some of you may wish to go, some of you may really not want to have to deal with this kind of, and I don't blame you for that. It's thankless. You give a lot of time beyond these public meetings, in committee meetings and elsewhere, to this community. And we are appreciative and thankful and respectful of that. But what we don't appreciate, and I had my daughter from Yale call me to tell me to come to this meeting because I didn't know what was going on in my community, and I was ignorant. I would say that, right? But when you shut the community out, you are cutting off your own support. And that's not what this town needs. It's not what you need. And you don't need somebody like me, haranguing you or arguing with you. But what you did behind closed doors, and what may be on here, you heard the speculation that Mr. Capone is moving people in with your blessing and approval into the positions differently described of people, and one seems to me going to we have an individual who's being moved to the high school main office to serve as, it sounds like, the high school secretary. That is an invitation to a lawsuit. And I would hope your attorney would tell you that. That's an invitation to all kinds of a lawsuit. And I don't want my tax money being spent on that. And I don't want my tax money being spent on you having to pay an attorney to do that. Or pay an attorney to decide whether she has a conflict or not and to continue to represent you. But that's what I would say. So I would ask for a couple of things. One, what's the difference between an involuntary and voluntary transfer? Somebody could address that. And I would also agree with what Mr. Sherman said, that this board, as individuals, not only legally can, but is obligated to the community to speak and state your positions on with regard to individual matters that come before this board, whether you agree with them or not. And let me give you a suggestion. All it takes is two people. One person to make a motion and have a discussion, another person to second it, and then either the rest of your colleagues have to shut you down and not let you speak or address the board, but that's all it takes to have a discussion. Two voting members of this board. And your attorney can probably confirm that for you. All right, that's all I have for tonight, but I'm sure I will see you again. And I wish it, and I hope it will be under better circumstances. And I would end with, I do think you need to take a further scrutiny of Mr. Capone's credentials. And one other question I would ask, I understand a person who does not, in Mr. Capone's position, needs a mentor for his position. I would ask who that mentor is. I think that's an Oprah matter, and we can make it as an Oprah request if necessary. But I think it's something else that the board or the board's attorney can advise them on. So all those considerations, involuntary, voluntary, the difference there, whether the positions being described or the changes being made to fill positions that were riffed, are people going into those? And again, I thank you for your patience with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Walking away with your list here.
Hi, my name is Melissa Newman. I live at 215 Montgomery Street. I just wanted to comment about the discussion of the communications and stuff. And usually, like software like you guys are using on your website has add-ons or something for doing newsletters electronically or to repost things on Facebook or Twitter. So I don't think the discussion of whether you should do it on Twitter or Facebook is really relevant, because if you have the proper software on your website, you post it on your website, and people can say, I want it also copied to Facebook or Twitter.
Yeah.
And that's all I wanted to share.
I think we need to look at the website as a whole as well. We need to look at the website as a whole as well.
Yeah, it puts on your work address on the website.
Hi, I'm Rob Scott at Whoa.
Can you sign in too?
There's no pen.
No.
Well, there's a pen. It's very late.
Let the record reflect it's 1 o'clock.
Yes, let the record reflect. But I did not speak in the first session.
No,
so, thank you for being here. So I'm Rob Scott at 25 South 2nd Avenue. Apologies if I ramble. Like I said, it's a little late. I just wanted to ask a question and make one comment. So I did try to listen in the first part of the meeting. And I know that the superintendent's report can be an opportunity to disseminate some information. And I heard there was a fair amount of what seemed like sort of empty rhetoric to me, but there were some facts and some simple facts, and sometimes simple facts are a good place to start, like the textbooks have arrived, which honestly was news to me. Like there was a textbook crisis, and then I asked Adam at the other meeting in the breakout sessions of, well, what are the textbooks? Well, when's the curriculum going to happen? And I heard that wasn't decided. But maybe I didn't ask the right question. Anyway, the textbooks are here. They were the big need. We read in the FAQ that part of what the money that was saved by riffing people was going to be to get textbooks and computers and so on and so forth. So my question would be, And I imagine these are the kind of questions you could answer sort of before they're even asked in the superintendent's report. What was the bill for the textbooks? How much did the textbooks cost? Because these are the kinds of the questions that people want to have answered. Because without those specifics, it's really hard to judge about things. I don't know if you can answer that now.
Well, I'll tell you what I know is that we're still picking the textbooks. The teachers are picking the textbooks.
Wait, I heard that.
No, there's two things going on. There's some of the textbooks have arrived. And
10 of the 23 classes, I heard.
Dan can reread that list. I don't have a number amount for the cost of textbooks, but I think you work in higher education and have a general sense about how much a textbook costs.
They can be all over the place.
They can.
Some can be cheap and some can be outrageously expensive.
Most less cheap. These are older ones. So what we did was sort of a background. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. My understanding is that there were no books for kids who were in classes. And so the first step was to backfill those older books and do replacement copies, basically, so kids can actually have books for algebra. And Dan has the specific list, and I too am suffering from 1 a.m. And the second step would be, as we align with the core curriculum, if I understand this correctly, the teachers will be consulted and sample materials are coming, professor copies, things like that, for the teachers to review, so the teachers can choose, what materials will work for them in their classroom as we align with the core curriculum. So that's phase 2. Phase 1 was really getting textbooks to kids in classes where they just don't have books.
So these are not the textbooks, these are like some of the textbooks. Anyway, we don't need to talk about it now because it's late, but my second comment was, I actually thought you guys sort of had the kind of right idea, maybe not perfect solution after the first meeting when you used the paperless Bartle, Irving, etc. email to send out the the file of the frequently asked questions. And those were somewhat useful, and I devoured them and other people read them, and it was actual communication. And in response to those, other questions were generated by people. I sent you several by email. I've gotten the response that we're getting to it, but we probably can't answer some of them and things like that. But I sort of had imagined and had hoped that at this meeting some of those questions would actually be answered. But none of those questions were really answered. So, and I imagine you all could be kind of creative. I mean, you could have just printed the questions off and one board member could have asked the question. Could have asked the question of the superintendent, and then the question could have been answered, and then everyone would have heard the answers. And it would be sort of like a dialogue. Because we really, I mean, asking questions is always a good thing, right? That's what we teach our students. Always ask questions. Questions are really important. So I think it's really important to respect the community, let us ask questions, and to try and answer them. And I commend all of the discussion about a communications task force, so on and so forth, but really just send a freaking email. That's a good start. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Mary Ann Feinberg, 220 Magnolia Street, Highland Park. Question, and I hope you can answer it. Difference between involuntary and voluntary transfers?
A voluntary transfer means that they were interested in transferring.
Okay, and then, so then that means that someone that was involuntarily transferred was not approached and asked or given the opportunity to agree or not. Is that correct? Someone here was involuntary, others, my colleagues, were involuntarily repositioned, retransferred, whatever, and not known until they came here. Didn't know it until they came here. So there was no discussion with that person, correct? That's part of the definition of involuntary? Not being talked to at all, I guess.
There's a process by which we follow to notify staff. But the voluntary transfers are people that expressed interest in transfers.
And so if you didn't express an interest, you were out of luck and...
Involuntary
Involuntary.
transfers means that that was not their decision as far as making
right.
that transfer.
Right, and not given a chance to know about it until they arrived here. Okay.
Cheryl Magaziner, 127 Benner Street, and if this is my job and I'm going to get fired, fine. But this is, you're lying. Served me with a Rice letter. I asked if there was anything I could do, if there was anybody I could talk to about my future, and I was told no. 24 hours later, you served a colleague of mine with a Rice letter because she was out. She didn't get the same 24 hours to figure out if what she wanted to be public or private. I don't know what the conversation was with her. I do know that she probably took it upon herself to send an email to somebody, I don't know who, that she would like to stay in the high school. She told me this. I don't know if she cares that I tell you, and I apologize, Angie, if that was privileged information, but you're lying. Nobody asked me what I wanted. Nobody asked me where my talents lied. I love the kids at Bartle. I'm sure I will be delighted here at some point, but you're using us like pawns, little chess pieces. Nobody asked me. It wasn't voluntary, but I didn't get a chance to... You just sat here and said that we were approached. We were served Rice letters. Everybody was served a Rice letter. Half the people on that list are voluntary and half are involuntary. You didn't ask me.
I promised I wouldn't return to the podium, and I'll make this 30 seconds. I think what you just heard is stunning. I think each board member should take that to heart. The last two speakers, what they said. And about what Mr. Capone is sitting there, I guess it's got to be a very difficult moment for him, because he just has been told he's lying in public. And I think that's a concern that you heard one person after another person after another person. And if you did not do your due diligence as individual board members, for which I fear you will each be deposed eventually, and asked what each of you did, essentially what Howard Baker said, what did you do and when did you do it, a version of that. Did you look at his resume? Did you call a reference? Did you check anything out? Who among you wants to go through that? There is a way of, and your attorney can tell you this, I wrote you in an email that you should probably get some consultation on this outside of Mr. Capone's presence, that you should decide whether or not what you just heard is what you want to hear. People, longtime members of this community, longtime employees being treated as pawns, as chess pieces to move around. That's not how you do things. That's not how we do things. Thank you very much.
Is there any other public comment? I need a resolution to go into executive session at 6:30 on January 6th at the Bartle School to discuss personnel litigation and negotiations.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I moved. Second.
And I need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.